and stuff, they couldn't come, they couldn't fly.
Yeah. But they were only going to be there like a year.
No, 3 years.
3 years. Wow.
Yeah, this is their last year. Well, this next time will be their last year.
Oh, that's already on. Okay.
I got you.
So you guys are live. Whenever you're ready.
Right here.
Oh, well, that's what I heard.
Are you gonna be gone for a minute, Scott?
I am.
Okay, they threw me a curveball. Bob Hutchison,
Okay.
Matthew Kirshner called in for just one account that he's gonna
Okay,
do by phone. So
Thank you.
I just went ahead and printed an affidavit just for his. Okay. So this is going to be case one. Wait, that doesn't look like the right.
All good.
All right, I'm coming back. It's going to be case 1313.
Yeah, no problem.
Call to order the meeting of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. It is July the 19th at 8:30. We have a quorum?
We do have a quorum.
We have a quorum. We're open for protests.
Was she saying that he's not going to be in the case?
I don't know if he's gonna do it later or.
Howdy.
Good morning. How are you? I'm good. Today another all.
Well, we were supposed to do one day to do
Agency.
No, it's confusing. There's 5 accounts, morning docket, all 5 on one agent, Pop Hutchinson DLCC. But one of his people has called in and wants to do just one account.
Okay.
so we won't be doing that.
We have affidavits, she has affidavits in her hand for all of them.
I'm sure she'll straighten them out here before long.
So are we just hearing one case?
For now. He said somebody else may call in on the other cases, or we have affidavits for those other cases.
Oh,
So, I mean, we could technically,
the 3 for HEB are going to be affidavits.
okay.
He's
Should
not-
we
he's
just-
not gonna call.
Should we just go ahead and sign in for all, since we'll be hearing it by affidavit anyway? All right, sounds good to me. But our first case will be the 1313, so at the very end of the list. Are you ready for me to make
Yeah.
that call? Matthew Kirshner with Pop Hutchinson.
This is Matthew.
Matthew, this is Charlie Powers with the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. How are you all doing?
Fine. I understand that you're just doing one of the accounts.
That's correct.
Okay. You're going to hear us swear in for all 5 of them, because no matter whether you call in or whether you do it by whether we do it by affidavit, we will be doing all 5 this morning.
Okay.
So you'll hear us log in for, or swear in for all of them. But we understand that we're just doing 1313, 1, 6 through 7 through 2. Okay. Administrivia. Opening a hearing on account, on
That's the agent. He just called in, so you'll need to call in.
case ID 1313, account 62732. We will be also hearing case number 1306, 1307, 1308, and 1311 later this morning. This hearing is being recorded. What do we got?
We have Q2 incorrect appraisal market value, Q1 incorrect appraisal market value. Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, which is equity. And Q5, which is any other actions of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, or appraisal review board that applies to and adversely affects the property owner. This is the same protest for all of these cases.
Okay, thank you. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Matthew, this is important. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Thank you. ARB members considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F and related to case numbers 1306, 1307, 1308, 1311, and 1313.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F relating to case numbers 1306, 1307, 1308, 1311, and 1313.
I, Kathy Hawk, we do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F related to case numbers 1306, 1307, 1308, 1311, and 1313.
I, Bill Dutt, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F as it relates to case ID 1306, 1307, 1308, 1311, and 1313.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Matthew,
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that you're under oath for the duration of
I
this
am.
hearing as you sign the affidavit. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. This is for counts 1306,
I do.
1307, 1308, 1311, and 1313.
Matthew, do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have handy the hearing procedure times chart? It was in the
I don't
package.
believe so.
Okay, well, we have someone keeping the clock, so we'll let you know what's going, it's your turn.
Thank you.
You have one choice to make up front, and that is, do you want the district to go first or do you to speak first?
I'll go first if that's okay.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay. Are you all ready?
We are ready. Yes.
Okay. Here we have a Walgreens located off Highway 35 North. It is a 2004 year built. Our opinion of value is an average of the three approaches to value: the income, the cost, and the equity approach. And that averaged $1,899,160. We were noticed at $4,218,780. And as you can see, it's a 3-year value history. 2018 and 2019 we're at 1.85 million. And last year we did come down from the notice of 4.5 million to 3.2 million in the admin season. If you go to the second page, you'll see the parcel ID breakout. This is CAD information. The third page will show you the property area map. The fourth page is our income approach. We're using a $13.50 rent, 5% vacancy, and an 8.5 cap. That'll give you our indicated market value for the income approach of $1,938,749. I'll show you where we got our rental income here in a little bit. On the cost approach, this is a 17-year-old building. Again, it was built in 2004, now 2021. So using that 17-year effective age, an economic life of 40 years, which is per Marshall and Swift for drugstores. This is Class C, and we added a 5% external depreciation for COVID. I know we've made a lot of leaps and bounds in terms of societal matters regarding that. Just remember, we're doing this evaluation as of January 1st, and we believe that there was still a lot of uncertainty as of January 1st regarding the market. And then the functional depreciation of 10%, that's attributable to the direction that Walgreens is headed with their stores. They brought in a lot of different chief executives to really boost up their e-commerce presence. And for that reason, their brick and mortar stores are going to be getting smaller and smaller. We're about just shy of 15,000 square feet for this building. Their aiming point is to have their newer stores at 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 square feet. If you go to the next page, you'll see our equity analysis. What we did here is based on the limited number of drugstores in Aransas County. We did include the only other one in CVS at Comp 9. But for the rest of them, we tried to do single tenant freestanding retail. At its core, that's what Walgreens is. We do understand it's a drugstore, but again, at its core, it is a single tenant freestanding retail. And those are the kind of spaces that are comparable to our property. That gives us an unadjusted value of $1,718,490. When we make adjustments for size, year of construction, quality and condition, and the land of building, we come in at $1,764,720. That is an upward adjustment for those comps. On the next page, you'll see the map of where all the comps are located. Most of them are off Highway 35 North, where our subject is. If you go to the next page, this is our property analytics pulled from CoStar. Highlighted, you can see that market rent for this property is $13.47 and $13.46. We're using a $13.50 rent. If you scroll down to the next couple pages, this is just a few graphs supporting those metrics. And then that is all I have for my presentation. Again, our opinion of value is an average of our three approaches to value at $1,899,160.
Okay, Hammond, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for presentation.
Do you guys have a CoStar account?
We do.
Okay. That's all. For my crossing guards. Okay, for our evidence. So this is account 62732. It is a Walgreens. Last year's value went through a few phases of life, and it ended up being certified at $3,200,000. It sold last year, 2020, for almost $5.2 million, $5,177,419. Common misconception is that our valuation change had something to do with the sale. This property was reevaluated before it was even listed for sale. So it was noticed. I think our initial value on this last year was 4.8, and it ended up being adjusted down to what it is now to 4.2 for the district's opinion. is $1 million below what it actually sold for. But it sold on the basis of it having a very creditworthy tenant. And it's an active lease and that kind of thing. More on that later. Okay, so we all know where Walgreens is across from HEB. The valuation is based on the market rent of $23 a foot. The biggest difference in market rent here is going to be that I have market rent for drugstores. It's not market rent for some small freestanding shop selling t-shirts downtown. The market rent for drugstores all across the state is significantly different than regular retail for all kinds of reasons, whether it's Walgreens or CVS or if you're renting it to a grocery store for an Aldi. These are not boxes. There's a pharmacy in them, refrigeration systems, registers, doors, parking lots. The quality of the building is high. Anyways, that's how much they actually lease for on average. Some get more than that, some get a little less. But we actually know what this one is. So in any case, that's where our valuation comes from. The expenses and everything come from the same source. The equity grid is going to show other properties, and you can see it is the only one with this lease rate in Aransas County because it's the only drugstore we currently have. If I build a CVS or anything like that, it'll be changed. There are comps that are outside Aransas County for the Walgreens in Aransas Pass. All right, and the following is the listing. So this is the listing you saw previously was from LoopNet, which is free and public and limited. And this is from CoStar. So you can see it says the price, the asking price was $5.48 million. They wanted almost $5.5 million, and they ended up getting 5.2. We're at 4.2. So, I mean, their asking price was way above what our number was, and we still went down. The sale price was above our number, and I still don't think it should be any higher than 4.2. You can see it has a noted cap rate. This is from Marcus and Milchap. They're not hucksters. These people do professional commercial fee appraisals all over the nation, and their cap rate is 5.85. The current one we're using on the subject is 8. So they're asking for a 5.85 cap, and it says in the notes that it was constructed in 2005 and that it is 14,800 rentable square feet of building space, subject to a 25-year triple net lease, which commenced on 2005. So there's 10 years left in a 25-year lease. So it's not a 25-year forward-looking thing. It's only 10 of the 25. And it says there are 10, and 5-year tenant renewal options extending the total possible lease term to 75 years. The annual rent is $321,000, and it is a triple net lease. If you buy this property, you get $321,000 of triple net rent every year for at least the next 10 years. And they're not the only tenant doing this. I mean, this is what CVS goes for. This is not abnormal. The reason you don't see rents like this in CoStar 2 to 4 star freestanding retail data is because it's not reported to CoStar. CoStar doesn't get this stuff. When you look in their data set, it's extremely limited sample size. You have to be careful in just using whatever. CoStar will take a 5-year average of 2 properties, no matter what they are. We would like to do all of our freestanding retail on an income basis coming soon, but this will never be freestanding. It's too different in how it is. You're not going to turn this into a gift shop. It's a whole Walgreens. Like I said, it's got refrigeration and infrastructure and lights and a pharmacy and a photo development place. It's completely different. And then following that, you can see this is actually, keep going. This is the sales survey showing how much was paid for the property. $5,177,417. They're not buying stock in Walgreens. They're buying real estate. It's a triple net lease. After that is a sale ratio report for income value properties, which just shows stuff that buys and gets transacted on income. Investment properties, like this one explicitly says it is, should be valued on an income basis. Just because it's the only Walgreens in Aransas County doesn't mean it's the only Walgreens in the world. We have a Walmart, we have an HEB. There's nothing to compare our Walmart to, but we can still put a good market value on Walmart. We can still put a good market value on HEB, which we do. So that's pretty much our case. I think that this should be valued like
2 seconds.
the drugstore that it is. That's all.
Okay, Matthew, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal, so I'm going to give you 4 minutes on the timer.
Perfect. So first on the sale, if you look at my last page, this is the LoopNet listing. I'm glad that it was brought to evidence that yes, this was a long-term 25-year absolute triple net lease, 10 5-year tenant renewal option. I also have it highlighted that it's a corporate tenant and a corporate guarantee. These things are all true. But the key words is investment highlights. This was all taken into account from an investment perspective. Yes, we'll go with what the district presented, that there's only 10 years left on that 25-year lease. 10 years of cash flows is 10 years of cash flows. For the property tax code, it says we're here to value the fee simple valuation. Cash flows, whether it's 10 years, 5 years, or 1 year, is lease fee valuation. We're not here to find the lease fee valuation. Not to mention that they are anticipating that those renewal options will be executed. So not only do they have 10 years of cash flows, but they have potentially 10 5-year renewal options for additional cash flows. Again, from an investment perspective, yes, they will sell for a lot of money because they're anticipating 10 years of no problems receiving their cash flows. However, that's not what we're here to value today. The $23 per square foot on drugstores, they said, across the state, we can find this information. Unfortunately, Aransas County is the situs that we use to find our market info. Aransas County does not have the same market as other counties across the state. And so for that reason, we're sticking with our CoStar rent of that $1,350. The cap rate is a 5.85 that was also mentioned. Again, that's lease fee valuation. That cap rate is taking into account that they're getting cash flows for at least 10 years, if not longer. He also mentioned that our comps aren't comparable because they have refrigeration. I think it's important to note that Dollar General and liquor stores certainly have refrigeration. And if you look at our comp set, our 1, 2, 3, 4, we have at least 4 comps, 5 in CVS, that will also have refrigeration and a very similar build out to Walgreens. Again, last year, we were noticed at 4.8 in the admin season. That value was reduced to 3.2. Here we are still at 4.2. And we have 3 different approaches to value, which are highly supported, that indicate a value of $1,899,160. Again, I think the biggest thing to make sure we take into account is what we're here to value. Property tax code says fee simple, which is simply the land and the building at market rents. That does not take into account cash flows that you're going to get for years to come. While these will sell for that, and that is supported from an investment perspective, that would, if we're going to value this from an investment perspective, that would essentially be saying, hey, these things only sell every so often, we should only tax it for property tax every so often. No, we're doing it every year. So we need to make sure we're only capturing 1 year's worth in terms of what the land and the market is worth as of January 1st of this year. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Eamon, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. 70% of the difference between this $1.8 million and what it actually sold for is trying to be waived off as being some intangible cash flow value because of a creditworthy tenant. You're not buying real estate if 70% of your $5.2 million is not sticks and bricks. You're not buying real estate anymore. So this person purchased this because they wanted real estate. If they wanted to buy the business value of Walgreens, they can buy Walgreens stock. That's not what's being purchased. The property does not just have refrigeration. Like I said, it has a pharmacy and it has all kinds of stuff. It has all kinds of stuff. It's a very built out building. When this was arbitrated, or when it was heard last year, it was listed for $5.5 million. And the board was a little bit taken aback by how extreme the number was. And it was brought up, well, you can ask whatever you want. It's just whatever. It's an asking price and it'll come way down. Well, it came down to 5.2. That's what it ended up actually selling for. I don't think all of that is real property, but I also don't think 70% of it is not real property. I think that the 4.2 is supported based on their actual rent. You know, when it says in the tax code that when we value income values, right, we are actually looking at section 23012(4). It says base projections of future rent or income potential and expenses on reasonably clear and appropriate evidence. B, in developing income and expense statements and cash flow projections, the chief appraiser shall continue. And it says current factors affecting those trends. That's exactly what we're about, is cash flows. 10 years is not a crazy holding period. When you're valuing something on income, you're valuing the present value of future dollars. That's what capitalization is. The direct cap approach to value is valuing their cash flow. I'm not valuing leased fee where it'd be $5.2 million.
Was the 3,200,000 an ARB decision last year?
It was. It was based on giving it a 10% cap rate because they stated in their advertisement that they get $321,000 in triple net rent a year. The value just seemed extravagant at the time because historically we have had less than $2 million on this. I will also point out that this property was valued at over $2 million when it was built in 2005. In 2005, this property was on our roll for over $2 million. You can't actually build it for $2 million. Even when it's on cost, it's argued down that it shouldn't be actually what it costs. It should be some lower number.
Okay, let's get back on track so we finish up here. Matthew, you have a minute for closing.
Yeah, I'll just, reference prior testimony and the idea that we are here to value the land and the building at market rent, not lease fee valuation. We have an income approach, a cost approach, and equity approach, all below $2 million. With 3 approaches to value that all support the same ballpark number. So for that reason, we're still at our $1,899,160. Thank you.
David, you got a minute.
Okay, as far as income, this property is not a bank or a Spanky's liquor store or a CVS that's in a strip center, and it's not the strip center across the street. The data is available. This happens all the time. We have properties that the property owner wants us to go find better information about this property just because we only got one. This was one of the easiest things for us to value. I am okay being $1 million below what this thing sold for. I'm not okay being at 30% of their sale price just on supposed lack of data that we don't actually have. We have this information. That's all.
Okay, it's our time.
Yeah. David, what's the settlement offer mean?
Yeah, it's on a different property. See.
Is that my stuff?
Might be a typo. Yes, that is, that's a fragment from another, it's irrelevant. I mean, I guess since I'll tell you, that is an active settlement offer for that account number, 70971, but that's not being heard right now.
But not this one.
Correct.
I think that 18,999 or whatever. And I understand that why was this less than what they accepted last year, but accepted for 3,200,000. So it sold for 5 million, we got it valued at worth something like on before.
You too. You have more background than this.
Well, 3.2 is the obvious because they have 10 years, $320,000 a year.
More like
3.2.
3.8.
So go back to
Did I do the math wrong? I may have. I did most of this in my head.
3.8 times 12, yeah.
so you're saying go back to.
Well, if it's 3.8, I was listening, but I'm just doing the math in my head, and that's the
Just based on their current rent.
It's sold at 5.2.
Yeah.
But it's sold.
yeah, but that's not really.
Oh, and I mean, I look at 4.2, I look at
There's a lot of blue sky involved.
3.85 million just in rental income.
There's a ton of blue sky involved in the 5.2. There's a ton of blue sky, goodwill, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, well, 4.2.
So I think that Amy's analysis that he presented to us seems very logical. He's used the correct form of
Income,
on these type of properties.
which is 3.8,
No,
using your math. The income is 3.8. For the property, not Walgreens, the property.
That doesn't make the value of this world. That.
yeah, I mean,
It produces 3.8 and
they're getting 3.8 in rent.
I mean, 380,000. I'm sorry.
There's something that's sold at 5.2, which I think that's very low.
Make a motion. I'm not there, but I'm not totally unison, but
I'll do it. Okay, I move that on case number 2021-1313, account number 62732, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraisal market value, I said Q1 incorrect appraisal market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, and Q5 other, which is other actions of chief appraiser or appraisal review board that applies to and adversely affects the property owner, that we maintain the market value for 2021 at 4.218780.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Matthew.
There you go.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What's next, Val?
Case 1311, it's account 60761. This will be, it's the same agency, Pop Hutchison. This is a different agent, Joey Gerald. He's just Joey Gerald,
I'm sorry, what's the case number? One more time?
1311.
Okay, good.
And he's just hearing this case only. The other 3 that are left will be by affidavit.
So this is 1311.
Right.
Okay. Mark,
All right.
Oh, he's calling, who's the agent, what's his name?
Joey Gerald, it's one of the HEBs.
I told you earlier, these are all gonna be affidavit, that is what I was told. Fine with me.
Hi, this is Joey.
Joey, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. We have some administrative to take care of before we get down to the meat of the matter. And we'll begin by opening the hearing on case ID 1311, account number 60761. This hearing is being recorded. What do we got?
Protest is Q1 incorrect appraisal, appraised market value. Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity. And Q5, any other action of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, or appraisal review board that applies to and adversely affects the property owner.
Okay, we are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Joey, this is very important. Do we have all your evidence?
I believe so. We sent it via email.
Okay. Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone and have signed affidavits to that effect, including this this case ID. All testimony of from all witnesses must be given under oath. Joey, I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I am.
Thank you. Do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have in front of you, or can you put your hands on the time limits page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can see that there are 4 columns. The reason is that you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. What's your pleasure?
I can go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
All right. So I'm assuming y'all have the packet in front of you, of our evidence.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So today we're hearing the Rockport HEB off of Highway 35, 2002 year build, about 68,000 square feet. Today we have an income approach to value as well as an equity approach. Our income comes out to 4,136,255, and that 4,136,255 will be our owner's opinion. We are also providing an equity approach to value. It comes out to 3,776,420. You can see in gray is the notice value as it stands now, and we also have 3 years of the value history for you to see on the cover page. If you flip it, this was our parcel page, parcel ID page, just kind of how the property is as it stands up now. The next page is our property area map. Shows you location from above. And then the next page is our the parcel map. Shows you the aerial view, the outline of the parcel. And then on the following page is our income approach. We're using a $7 rent that comes from our market rent survey, which is on the next couple pages. We're using that 10% vacancy and collection loss from market for these big box retailers. We are pulling our operating expenses, our total operating expenses. We are pulling this from our PwC survey. And then we are using a 9 base cap. That's how we're getting our 4,136,255 for our market value. The next few pages have our market rent survey. You can see on at the end is that rent is about $7.06 for the average. That's what we're using. And then the next page is our cap rate analysis. You can see that 9% is kind of within that range from all these different surveys that we have. And then if we flip again, it's our equity analysis. Our equity analysis, for equity, we only have that Walmart that's right down the street. We're kind of trying to get more in line with them on a total value per square foot. You can see the Walmart is sizably bigger, 155,000 square feet. This HEB is sitting around 70,000. So what we've done is we've done an upward adjustment for our HEB of about 20% for size, -2% for year construction. So it's about 18% total adjustment. So after adjustments, that's where we're getting our equity value of $3,776,420 using that Walmart down the street. And then the last page is just shows you the equity analysis map, shows you where Walmart is in comparison to the HEB. But that's all I have to present.
Okay. Eamon, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for 5 minutes for presentation. I'll give you 7 minutes.
Okay, I'll go straight into my presentation. So we have this property ID 60761. Last year it was noticed at $4,600,000. This year it was noticed at $4,872,000. Last year's value was a settlement. Usually it's settled every year. I'm not really sure why. I haven't seen any of this information before today, but you know, our office is flooded and communication has been really rough this year. So haven't had too much conversation back and forth about this one in particular. We do have this on a cost and sales comparison approach. Our value, we looked at this on an income basis and our value was fine. So it was just not messed with. You know, you can look at all 3 approaches to value and just use whichever one is best. And this one was good for reasons that we don't need to get into as far as valuation philosophy or theory on enormous stores like this. The sales grid, we have the sale of just some nearby large commercial properties, and it supports our value. It shows our value a little bit high just by comparing the physical characteristics of this building and what's next to it. We have the Walgreens sale, the Bell's Strip Center sale, and the Ace Hardware. The Ace Hardware comp is probably the best one because it was a dark store when it was sold. It used to be a Walmart and now it's an Ace Hardware. And you can't put a Walmart or a Target on that property. In any case, the equity grid, I'll just point out in the equity grid specifically, our value is supported, that equity-wise, you know, on a cost basis, we'd be okay up to 5.3 million. That is the median value. The median value is pulled from the Walmart. These values are going to be extraordinary because the adjustments are huge. They're $1.5 million, $3 million because of the square footage we're dealing with and the size of land. We've got $1.3 million in land under this HEB. But the Walmart, when adjusted using our software that actually knows all the adjustments, comes out to 5.3 million on an equity basis. And then what follows is sale ratio report for commercial frontage. The old HEB has sat vacant for a very long time, and eventually the building was removed, and now it's a piece of land. The owner's opinion of value and the income approach value of $4,136,255 is very reasonable, very agreeable to us. Large buildings like this have a problem in that if it's not an HEB, if HEB left, one, that would be horrible. They're one of the biggest economic players in our county. They're one of the largest employers in our county. And secondly, who would want this gigantic building? Especially considering you can't put a grocery store on it. There's deed restrictions saying if HEB leaves, it can't be an Albertsons or whatever, so, or Kroger. So, you know, when they vacate, they just sit there for a long time. And if we look at their market rent survey, it says at the bottom, source for asking rents, LoopNet, CoStar, and client information. They've got good data on this stuff. And this is from all over the state: Georgetown, Round Rock, Beaumont, Bay City, Grand Prairie. And look at what they're looking at. They're looking at Fiesta Fun Mall, former HEB, former Target, General Retail, former Target, Northgate Shopping Center, former Walmart. I mean, this is exactly what you're looking for in trying to value something like this. The cap rate analysis is, it's okay. It's pretty good. I don't think it's completely accurate to what would actually happen around here, but it's not worth squabbling over. This is exactly the kind of information that we like to see in a good income valuation of a unique property like this for our jurisdiction. I'm okay with their income opinion of value. I have no arguments to that, even though it's less than it has been.
So Joey, he's accepting your 14136,255. Are we good here?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. We're done.
Okay, I'll make a motion that on case number 2021-1311, account number 60761, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, which is equity and other, that market appraisal from 4,872,460 to 4,136,250 dollars.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Joey, we're done.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case closed.
Okay.
Write a check for $200, let alone say 4 million.
So the next three cases are affidavit only from that same list.
Okay. Say 1306.
1306.
The first one, first page.
We have,
Oh, Charles, sure.
we have the affidavit.
We do.
I call that young.
I missed the short one. There's a whole page.
Yes.
Okay.
There's to it.
Oh, and we're already signed in. And
Yeah, we're already
ready to roll.
We just have to open the hearing.
Okay, we'll open the hearing on case number 1306, account number 20249. This is an affidavit only hearing. This hearing is being recorded.
So the protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, which is equity, and Q5 a plethora of other action of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, appraisal review board that applies to and adversely affects the property owner.
We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and have signed affidavits to that effect. All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Oh, I've actually already sworn in.
Yes.
This one and all the others.
All the others.
I will work through that. Read the property owner's affidavit into the record. The ARB test affidavit. Before me, the undersigned authority and this day personally appeared Mark Hutchison, who being known to me and after being duly sworn, on oath deposed and stated, 1, my name is Mark Hutchison. I am of sound mind, capable of making this affidavit and personally acquainted with the facts stated in this affidavit, as well as any materials attached to this affidavit. 2, I am an attorney licensed senior property tax consultant with the law firm of Pott Hutchison PLLC, located at 1301 South Mopac Suite 430, Austin, Texas 78746. 3, I intend to appear at the hearing in person, and this affidavit shall be used only in the event that the property owner or designated agent does not appear in person to offer evidence or argument. 4, I am authorized to bring this protest and file this affidavit on behalf of the property owner or lessee as listed below in Aransas County as follows. Account number 20249, property owner or lessee Charles C. Lessee is considered the owner of the property under Texas Tax Code 41414. 5, pursuant to Texas Tax Code 4145B, I, and J, the property owner seeks relief from actions of the chief appraiser and appraisal district for tax year 2021 and provides evidence and argument as follows. I, the appraised value of the property exceeds, 1, appraised value of the property exceeds the market value of the property. 2, the property is appraised unequally. And 3, actions of the chief appraiser apply to and adversely affect the property owner. The chief appraiser and appraisal district failed to apply generally accepted appraisal methods and techniques. The market data, rental income, capitalization rates, or cost and depreciation information they use are insufficient. Furthermore, the chief appraiser and appraisal district failed to adjust their market data appropriately so that it would provide a reliable indication of the market value of the property or the value of the property as if equally appraised. 6, the facts contained in this affidavit are true and correct, and the information reflected in any evidentiary materials attached to the affidavit are true and correct. Signed, Mark S. Hutchison, signed and notarized, somewhere in Texas. That includes their affidavit of evidence and their evidence being presented. Wow. Okay. This is the Lydia Ann Lighthouse. It's actually owned by AGB. This thing almost never goes to hearing, so the fortunate ARB can see this. It doesn't even map very well. It's really far out. If you go to the property card, you can see a little picture of it. It's a lighthouse. Cool. We have $145,000 on it. It's sat at that value forever. We don't really, obviously, we don't have a lighthouse to compare it to. So, but it's not just a lighthouse. There's some little stucco building. There's some other things going on there. So when you do a sales comparison, it comes out to 171. I'll be the first to admit these comps are weird because they're houses and stuff. This is a lighthouse. So unless you're a wiki, this is not going to be your house. The equity grid shows other properties just to show that they're on a cost. They're on a schedule. Everything on here is on a schedule. I believe that the lighthouse is listed as like a utility building. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it's listed as a detached utility building. I just think it's funny because it is a building and it does have utility, but normally you would expect a tool shed, not a lighthouse. I think our value for this is for the real estate is probably really low, but it's so subjective.
It's a national treasure.
Yeah, this is an old lighthouse. It's like it's never gonna sell, and when it sells for all kinds of weird reasons. This has just been signed off on every year.
How long has it been at 145?
No, forever. We can look at the roll history and see how long it's been that. I think that I got an offer in my email this morning saying that they would sign off a settlement on this one, but the show must go on. So we're doing it now.
Can you show me the pictometry again?
Sure.
What's included in the land besides the lighthouse?
Very little. It's a tiny drawn little parcel just big enough to hold. Yeah, it doesn't even map. You have to motor over to it. It was just drawn around the lighthouse when it was mapped, it was given, that's as far down as our picto will go.
Can't actually get to it, I
You
don't
can't,
think.
yeah, that's why,
I thought our picto was set up to continue on.
you know what, in some years it seems like it is, but I think you have to get out to the orthogonal view.
Oh, let me, dude, let me get over here for a minute.
You know, when they fly the county, they see this and like, they don't really need to see this, but everyone who works here wants to like find out the fishing spots.
Let me
That's
get,
exactly what I was just expecting.
Yeah,
I need this.
can
I'm
see,
gonna get to
see
a
where water
hurricane.
flowing. You can see, we get pictures of the Cedar Bayou.
I don't know, man. I just went to a hurricane year.
There you
Let's see if that
You're
would,
close.
They gave us,
just won't let me go.
hurricane year pictures. Were incredible.
That's what I
Just
thought.
back out a little bit. It should, until it gets to the orthogonal mosaic, and then it should. There you go.
It's right down here.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's all I can do.
So it's down here. It's one of these little boxes, and it was just given enough land to hold the buildings and stuff.
Okay,
It's not including this.
it doesn't include.
No.
You know, the text is kind of weird. It says Harbor Island.
Yeah,
It's close to Harbor Island, but not just.
yeah, it's the situs. So instead of having an address, it says it's 23.81 acres. But the situs address doesn't have a mailing address. It just says Harbor Island.
All the building materials to keep it together have to be barged out,
Oh, yeah.
offloaded from the barge onto a small draft boat and motored in.
Yeah.
It's a labor of love.
Series of the change in years.
Okay, I'll move on. Case number 2021-1306, account 20249. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of an appraisal or equity, and Q5, the plethora of other items that we maintain the current market value of 145,540.
I'll second.
All in favor? Should we take 2 minutes?
Sure.
Make it 3.
Okay, we'll make it 3.
Set up for this type of thing.
I mean, for valuation or for tax?
Both.
Okay, so for taxation, it depends on how the local taxing units want to, how proactive they want to be.
There's quite a few here.
There are quite a few, and I think that is, it's something that probably isn't spearheaded well enough. As far as valuation, you can value historical properties on like a trended historical cost. You can do, because, you know, what's the cost to build new for the Fulton Mansion? Well, the Fulton Mansion new would be made out of 2x4 pin studs and fiberboard, right? So,
You can't.
you can't, right? It would be weird to build it. We've had that problem actually on like exceptional properties on Finisterre, I think. Somebody had this like really fancy stone porch that was damaged in a hurricane and was broken. Well, yeah, it's like the cost to fix it is astronomical. So it's like it costs more to fix it than it costs to even put it in. But what it cost to put it in was a lot. So it makes for like a kind of a nonsense value argument. You know, should probably be pretty hard to get insurance on something like that. But
We have to have a Budweiser distributorship.
yeah, and a lot of times the
Or a
solution
grocery store
is
chain.
like, I think the Fulton Mansion is owned by a 501c3.
Okay.
And typically, if a place has a 501c3, they can just show us their tax exempt paperwork, and EXXV property. There's other times where, and I don't know how impossible this is or whatever, I'm sure there's something. Across from HEB, there was, behind Spanky's, there was a lot that was covered in oats.
Yeah.
And people liked to, well, back in the day, trespass and paint and stuff. But everybody liked it. It was fine. And everyone let everyone, treat it almost like quasi-public property. And then the property owners who owned it from their,
They died.
from their family inheritance, said, hey, let's just, we're not doing anything. Let's just sell it to someone.
For the hotel.
Do something with it. And the suggestion was, hotel or condo or strip center
Did you
maybe,
pack the
whatever.
coffee pot?
People lost it. And were just like,
I
"Can't do
think they
that.
moved
It's
it
crazy.
into
Look at
Mike's
the trees,
office.
birds nesting them. And the solution was
To
to
protect.
purchase
Yeah.
the property with money that nobody had. And the theory was that it would come out of property.
In Mike's
Hot
office?
fun's been pretty
What's that?
bad.
It's copy of Mike's office.
We had a hurricane and then we had COVID. So what I was thinking was if before it had ever gone up for sale, somebody had gone around and spotted these things proactively and said, let's offer these people a tax abatement and put a deed restriction on the property. And the deed restriction would be you can't mow it down and turn it into whatever. Because what you're doing is reducing the rights of the owner, and you're actually reducing the value of the property. And that would reduce their tax burden to something very small. Another one I can think of, and again, you have to think,
So that
you have to
property
think kind of
didn't actually
creatively.
sell?
No, it's, I think that it's sold to the city.
Yes.
But no, it didn't actually sell to a private.
Oh, I see.
You
Yeah, the
have
city
to
still.
think kind of creatively first. Across from the Fulton Post Office, there is a person who has a house with these enormous trees. And, your house, you have trees, I'm sure. And if you decided you wanted to trim them or alter them or remove them, or one was diseased, and you called the tree guy and he pulled it out, that's your business. You do whatever you want. Those people, there would be like pickets out in front of their house if they cut their trees down. Because their trees are like, everybody kind of takes ownership of them. And I think that is something that should be recognized. That like, these people are sort of keeping a public trust in caring for this stuff, even though it's technically their property. It's not as private as the rest of our property.
Which property are you talking about, the trees?
The one across from the Fulton Post Office,
Private.
huge.
Massive, massive
Fulton
oaks.
Post Office. Yeah, the one,
That whole
don't
street.
park on my roots or something.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
We're chugging along.
Yeah, the question
Okay, but
was,
you just wanted to kind of
how
comment on that.
We already heard this one
Properties
and
that
it's the same.
Same result, okay.
national treasures or, Fulton Mansion, I know
Okay.
it's 501c3 and, yeah, that's,
All right,
go back to work.
opening here, case ID number 1307, account number 24160.
So protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, and Q5, which are the other actions by appraiser and engineer boards.
This is the same agent, so if we go the bulk of the script and go right to swearing in all parties.
Okay, I'll read the property owner's affidavit into the record, or sworn into this one. It says, before me, the undersigned authority on this day personally appeared Mark Hutchison, who being known to me and after being duly sworn on oath deposed and stated, 1, my name is Mark Hutchison. I am of sound mind capable of making this affidavit, personally acquainted with the facts stated in this affidavit, as well as any materials attached to this affidavit. 2, I am an attorney and licensed senior property tax consultant with the law firm of Pop Hutchison PLLC, located at 1301 South Mopac, Suite 430, Austin, Texas 78746. 3, I intend to appear at the hearing in person, and this affidavit shall be used only in the event that the property owner or designated agent does not appear in person to offer evidence or argument. 4, I am authorized to bring this protest and file this affidavit on behalf of the property owner or lessee as listed below in Aransas County as follows. Account number 24160, property owner or lessee Prosperity Bank. unless he is considered the owner of the property under Texas Tax Code 41415. Pursuant to Texas Tax Code 4145B, I, and J, the property owner seeks relief from the actions of the chief appraiser and appraisal district in tax year 2021 and provides evidence and argument as follows. 1, the appraised value of the property exceeds the market value of the property. 2, the property is appraised unequally. 3, the actions of the chief appraiser apply to and adversely affect the property owner. The chief appraiser and appraisal district failed to apply generally accepted appraisal methods and techniques. The market data, rental income, capitalization rates, and cost and depreciation information they use are insufficient. Furthermore, the chief appraiser and appraisal district failed to adjust their market data appropriately so that it would provide a reliable indication of the market value of the property or the value of the property as if equally appraised. 6, the facts contained in this affidavit are true and correct. The information reflected in any evidentiary materials attached to this affidavit are true and correct. Mark Hess Hutchison, May 11th, 2021. Signed and notarized. That concludes their evidence. Our evidence is 24160, value last year 627,870. It's Prosperity Bank next to HEB, between it and Taco Bell. And this year it was noticed at 621,210. The only thing that's happened year over year is it's appreciated. So the sales that we have are, let me restart this. It's tripping me out. It keeps switching back to the other one like every time I look at the page. All right, so we have the sale of the Little Bay Elementary School building, which construction-wise is really similar, actually. The sale of this building, which used to be a bank. A piece of land that's, I have no idea what that's. Where is Drum Drive?
We don't want to know.
I have no idea why that's.
Sunset
What
Bay.
did you call it?
There's just a random piece of land in this grid. I don't know why. And then the last one is a commercial building, and it was turned into coastal marine. Our value based on sales would be 725,000. That's fine. The equity grid shows other properties that are similar to this. We got Charter Bank. We got the Care Regional Medical Place, or I guess what used to be Doctor Regional Medical, and the Sigwald Service buildings, kind of old, overbuilt brick, stucco type buildings. And we are low on equity. I'd like to do a better job in the future valuing banks. We're low on this bank, but not extraordinarily. They didn't give us any evidence telling us that our value's off. It's just depreciated from last year.
So why would you, or what determines when you use an income approach?
So if you were to do the valuation of something that was extraordinarily important, you would do every approach to value, and then you would determine which is the most salient approach to put your opinion on. So because you can do a cost approach, a sales comparison approach, and an income approach to everything. You can do an income approach valuation of a residential house. The reason people don't is because it ends up being exactly the same number as buying it. Because all you do is you rent it. That's the only income. You rent it to a resident. In this case, they haven't provided us any income information. We don't have income information from banks. I'm a little bit, it's one of those things where like they won't tell me anything. No bank has ever told me anything about the valuation of their property, what their rents are. The agents that represent banks never tell me what bank rates are or how banks are insured or the bank's opinion of the value of their real estate or what they pay to build a building. They never tell me anything. And my experience and the wisdom of others has told me if people aren't telling you anything, it's because your number's really low. And when your number isn't even close to what it is in reality, they're just not going to tell you anything. So why would they? I don't know that our values are really that low on banks. I just would like to have them be more uniform across the county. I'd like to have all our banks have a sensible valuation so that it ends up being a little bit more consistent. They protest this every year. You're a tax agent. You're letting it go to the board so that it can be arbitrated or whatever if it needs to be. But they haven't told me that they really think this property is wrong for this reason or that reason.
They didn't get anything down.
No, they just had the affidavit and they asserted that it's overappraised because our methods were insufficient.
It went down.
And it's just appreciated last year. Yeah,
Put a number on it like a Walgreens and they'll tell you quickly.
Yeah, right.
that's true, and it's a fine line to walk. Like you don't want to do that because you end up catching people in the crossfire that are just trying to live their lives. But
But actually, a bank building sold downtown.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
about, that's
they
about,
sold downtown to
that's
2
about, that's about the same. That's the same number.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, they're banks. Like, if anybody has a Bean County number opinion of value, they're a bank. You should know
That's what they
exactly
do.
how much it is.
I don't.
There's no evidence, one way or the other.
Okay, for case ID 2021-1307, account number 24160, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, and Q5, which are the other actions by the appraisal district review board. Move that we maintain the appraised value at 621,210.
All in favor?
Second.
Aye.
Have some more.
Case closed. Opening case ID 1308, account 26645. What do we have for?
Under protest is Q1 incorrect appraisal of market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, and Q5, which are the other actions by appraiser, district review board.
Forego the bulk of the script because this is the same agent. The ARB members considering the protest have not communicated with anyone that have signed affidavits to that effect. The district witness, appraisal district witness is already sworn in.
I'll read the property owner's affidavit into the record. It says, before me, the undersigned authority on this day personally appeared Mark Hutchison, who being known to me and after being duly sworn, on oath, the following said, one, the name is Mark Hutchison. Sound mind capable of making this affidavit. I'm personally acquainted with the facts stated in this affidavit as well as any materials attached to this affidavit. Two, I am an attorney and licensed senior property tax consultant with the law firm Pop Hutchison PLLC, located at 1301 South Mopac, Suite 430, Austin, Texas 78746. Three, I intend to appear at the hearing in person, and this affidavit shall be used only in the event that the property owner or designated agent does not appear in person to offer evidence or argument. Four, I am authorized to bring this protest and file this affidavit on behalf of the property owner or lessee as listed below in Aransas County as follows. Account number 26645, property owner or lessee H.E. Butt Grocery. A lessee is considered the owner of the property under Texas Tax Code 41413. Pursuant to Texas Tax Code 4145B, I, and J, the property owner seeks relief from the actions of the chief appraiser and appraisal district for tax year 2021 and provides evidence and argument as follows. One, the appraised value of the property exceeds the market value of the property. Two, the property is appraised unequally. Three, actions of the chief appraiser apply to and adversely affect the property owner. The chief appraiser and appraisal district failed to apply generally accepted appraisal methods and techniques. The market data, rental income, capitalization rates, or cost and depreciation information they use are insufficient. Furthermore, the chief appraiser and appraisal district failed to adjust their market data appropriately so that it would provide a reliable indication of the market value of the property or the value of the property as it equally appraised. Six, the facts contained in this affidavit are true and correct. is the information reflected in any evidentiary materials attached to this affidavit are true and correct. Signed by Mark S. Hutchison, and it was notarized. That concludes their evidence. Okay, this is 26645. Market value last year was $3.7 billion. This is the HEB resort property. Retreat, thank you. Retreat property, it's Live Oak Lodge at the north end of the peninsula. It was noticed this year at 3.9 billion. It just usually gets settled every year. I don't know why they didn't want to settle it this year. They wanted a board order. It's a bunch of cottages. They were rebuilt after the storm. There's a bunch of land, an excellent piece of land, and it's being used for probably the best thing we can do with it, which is go retreat. It is technically a mobile home park because there are, the way that they have it set up is like little cabins and cottages and hookups and that kind of thing. There's not many of them, there's only 5. But if you were to sell this as a mobile home park, it would sell for about $4 million, even though it's only a couple of spaces. It's just all land value. And the sales ratio report is for mobile home parks. The value for 2020 of 3.7, this year is 3.9. Either one's fine. It doesn't, whatever. 3.7, 3.9.
The land stayed the same, it just increased.
Well, and the improvements didn't really increase. It's that last year it was settled, and it just wasn't settled this year. So it was noticed over 3.7.
They lost a ridiculous amount of trees.
Yeah, I mean, they've been through some stuff. And I mean, land is appreciated in the county.
Yeah, hurricane just decimated a bunch of really cool little trees. They probably hauled out 800 trees.
You know, I think the bulk of the value of this thing is in the land. $3 million in the land.
Go back to last year's price of 30 cents.
Sure. Well, that would be.
Can you zoom out just a little, Ray? My goodness.
There's an ongoing,
But it's all wetlands.
Yeah.
an ongoing
Like
unsolved mystery of
three
whether or not
acres.
this property is the Cool Coast Camp. Whether or not this is the Cool Coast Camp. It was a proposed like resort from like 1920s, and it was somehow related to the claim, you know, somehow. But it was like it was advertised as being, you know, a Christian family oriented getaway, and they were going to do all kinds of stuff. But where exactly it was is kind of
Nobody knows. Nobody was around.
well, and a lot of people don't want to own up to it.
No.
But how did HEB get it? They bought it? Or-
Yeah, they've had it, and we don't know. I think that might be possible if that's where it is.
I have a brochure that was circulated at the time.
We picked that thing apart. Scott and I were like going over names, and we got out old plat maps to find survey names.
Yeah.
We were measuring from the old city limits to, because it said it was X number of miles from Rockport. We measured from the old city limits out to see where it gets you, and it gets you right about there, or maybe the other side of Holly Beach. We looked at the drawings that they did to try and figure out where it was. I think it might have been there. But it's just funny, it's being used as a retreat now, and 100 years ago, that's what it was used for. The other side of the bridge, I used to live up there, that's the site of Aransas City. You know, 150 years ago, that's where Aransas City was.
We made a historic marker, you know, one of those sign things, not like the Texas historic. Anyway, it was in Fulton, it was placed in Fulton. And we had, it was about, there was references to the Cool Coast Camp. They made us, well, the Jimmy Kendrick had a plate, it looked like crap, that they taped over the reference to the KKK.
Yeah.
No, there was all those lakes on the other side, the west side of of the highway behind the,
Oh,
the
yeah.
giant mobile home park. I never realized all that was.
This
I've
whole,
never,
this whole peninsula has got way more water on it than you realize until you look at it from the sky. It is speckled with ponds and lakes.
I have never seen all that.
Squishy water, mud. It's the whole place. It's like land of 1,000 lakes. And I grew up here, I didn't know it's even part of it.
Cool.
You're gonna leave it at 3.7?
Yes.
Okay, so I make a motion that on case ID 2021-1308, account number 26645, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal for equity, and Q5 being the other factors, that we reduce the 2021 market value back to the previous year of 3.7 million.
Second.
All there? Aye.
Okay.
That seems very valid.
It's interesting how the employees like this place. They love it.
Oh, yeah. I had friends who worked at HEB and they didn't ever go out there. I was like, are you crazy?
What do they just camp out there? or-
You just let them know in advance, and as long as HEB's not using it for a team building exercise, a corporate retreat or something, anybody who works at HEB can just go book a weekend there.
I figure on RV or
Stay in a little cabin, yeah. Go hang out,
Bring your own food. and-
yeah, have a cookout, go fishing, whatever. Great.
Little guy that,
We need
little
that.
guy that works for.
I think so.
He's done produce, he's just a produce clerk.
We're
One of the
rudderless.
corporate
Yeah,
HEBs
yeah,
for
yeah.
years and years and years. I've known him for a long time. And last time I saw him was like a year ago, something like that. He said, "We're coming to your town this weekend." He said, and he was just, this guy never shows any emotion. He's just like this plain vanilla guy. But when he started talking about this, he's like, the whole family, we're coming to, he was just so excited about coming up here to the retreat. I'm like, well, that's cool.
So it's all HEB employees
Anywhere they can come here.
anyone.
Yeah, and they have all kind, apparently they have all kind of like team building stuff out there too. I just assumed that's
How
what
many
it was.
colleges do they have?
And I'm assuming you can bring your, if you have a travel trailer or something, you can bring it.
Yeah.
It
Set up to that. Pretty cool.
is cool. And it was mysterious when all the trees were there and you couldn't really see in, you couldn't really see it from the highway.
Yeah.
When you pulled in the driveway, there was like a gauntlet of oaks that you drove underneath or through, it was like a little,
Really.
it was very mysterious.
Yeah.
Somebody's here, so Val will be bringing somebody back. I don't know who it is. It's 1573, I think is what she said. You can't hear anything in there, so. Yeah, there was a man sitting in her office. So it must be this bride bath. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see here. Oh, it's right across the street.
It's the old.
The old Spray and Grow. Or it was, I guess it still is Spray and Grow. Okay.
Cool if you do.
So, this is Ridgeback Enterprises, and I'm bringing back a man, he says he is one of the principals of the company. So,
Says he is.
he says he is. I haven't looked at anything, but if you want me to. Yeah, well, I did that for the notarization. Do you want me to look at the deed? Good, all right.
So you got evidence?
No, he does not have any evidence.
There's nothing in the account either. So he's just
Right.
shooting from the hip?
Yep.
Okay.
It's the spray and grill.
Oh,
Metal building.
You have the deed?
I can look.
This is Norman Platt,
Hello.
Good morning.
and you'll be sitting right over here. We're gonna grab those chairs.
I do, but the only thing on the deed is just the LLC.
Can I ask you what the relationship to the LLC is?
My wife and I own it.
Jointly own the LLC.
I'm sorry?
You jointly own the LLC?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, sorry.
That's all right. Just had to make sure. We have some administrivia that we need to go through before we get down to the meat of the matter.
No
Just
worries.
follow along, I'll have some
Okay.
questions near the end. We're opening hearing on case ID 1573, account 49791. This hearing is being recorded.
The protest is Q1 only, incorrect appraisal market value.
Amen? Got it? Q1?
Got it.
Okay.
One.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The appraisal review board is the four of us around the table here. Eamon is representing the district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decisions. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created that has our determination and sent to you via post office. It also will have the instructions and information about how you can appeal if you don't agree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, you do. I did not bring the evidence.
Okay, that's fine. You just can't introduce it in the middle of it.
No, I understand. I understand this.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest or signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166M.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Norman Clapp, do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Norman, I have to ask you, do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
I do not.
This sheet of paper right up here on the table shows the procedure we're going to follow.
That's not a roach, so that'd be good. Like a water beetle.
Fixing to be back.
It was a dead water beetle now.
We would say he came out of the walls, but we don't have any of those, right?
Just washed up.
Is that animal cruelty there?
Yes.
That shows the procedure we're going to follow through the hearing. And there's two major columns on there because you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district?
I'm not real good at all this, so, I mean,
The governor says you get to choose.
all right, I guess I can speak first. I don't have a problem with that.
You have 5 minutes to state your case.
You know, my case has been a rough year. My property tax doubled on the building. Don't have a lot to stand on. I mean, it's, that's basically what I'm coming. I'm just kind of asking for a little leniency on a little bit of the property tax. It's pretty heavy for a 1-year raise on us. And I mean, like I said, I'm just doing the best I can do with what I've got. And business has been tough this year. So I'm sure you're hearing that a lot right now. And, you know, what it's worth is y'all got more documentation. I don't even own a computer. So I have a smartphone, that's about it. And the person running it's not real smart. So, you know, like I said, y'all do this every day. Somebody told me to hire somebody to do this, but I don't know what to do. I have several other properties and I didn't get hit. I mean, I understand it going up. I understand that, but it doubled. So you can imagine when I opened it up, that's why I'm here. So really don't have a lot more to say. So.
Okay.
Okay, Eamon, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay. This thing was listed before and when we all went to purchase it. Do you remember what it was listed for?
I do not know.
Okay. I was hoping you did. Kind of thing gets.
I know when I looked at it, there was 2 buildings listed that I looked at, and you know, really and truthfully, what I bought was a lease on the building. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. And the what is the lease on that building?
With who it is?
No, what is it? What doesn't matter who it is. But what are the terms of the lease?
I mean, it's an absolute lease. They're paying the property taxes. They're paying everything, but they're Rockport residents, lifetime residents out here. And, you know, when I talk to them for a long time, they're like, wow, that's a big increase for us to absorb this year. So,
right.
I mean, I'm not, but, you know, they could terminate their lease, walk away from it any time, then I'm stuck with it. And I gambled a little bit buying a property in Rockport. You know, it's a pretty nice building for Rockport. I don't know what'll happen afterwards, but I just didn't know. You know, I chose a different career after I'd sold the company, and I decided to do some real estate, and I've had a rough time with it. So,
well, it's still Sprayinville, right?
it's Sprayinville, correct? Yes.
And I just remember the listing made it seem like they were trying to sell the building and not the business.
Oh no, I didn't buy the business.
And,
No,
okay,
they're still leasing it. Yes.
Okay. They're still operating.
It's Sprayinville. Yes, and I communicated with them a lot. Like I said, when I got this, I sent it to them, and they, you know, like I said, it's a lot to absorb in 1 year on that. So that's kind of what my whole deal is it doubles. You know, I can understand if it went up in increments. I wouldn't even, I mean, I understand it because, you know, taxes are what run the world. I get that.
Right.
You know, but.
Well, and we were at 433 on it. That's just not even close to right. But okay, so would you mind sharing with us what their rent is? Do you know what it per month or per year? Because we are currently valuing this assuming that they're paying $6,700.
It's about right in there. I think it's a little about $300 more. So.
Okay. So we're pretty much right on target. If it was less than that, that would make sense. I think that I'm not saying you overpaid. I really don't think you did. But it's because the person leasing it is good. You're a good tenant.
Oh, they're great people. Yes, yeah. They're wonderful people. I've enjoyed them immensely.
Yeah, I'm like,
and I'm hoping
they're not
that
going anywhere and the rest of that stuff.
Well, I hope not. But you have to also realize there's some other factors there too. I think that they at some point that they're trying to get out of the business, and I'm hoping they sell it to their employees. I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm gambling on. I mean, but life is a gamble. I also understand that, and I mean, I'm doing the same thing I think any of y'all would have done. Y'all would have come in here. I again, I don't know, I don't have a lot to argue, I understand that, but I had to try, you know, I mean,
I understand.
it's for them too, and like I said, it's, you know, their exact comment was to me, oh, wow, all in 1 year, you know? And this year was, you know, it's,
Right.
this year, I mean, it's been tough. I hadn't taken a paycheck in a whole year, just so I can keep my guys working. So.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Is this the first year that they went to income?
It is, yeah. There's and even if it hadn't gone to income, this was slated to be, this needed something because we had $400,000 on a place that sold for over $1 million. So it was like, something's wrong. I'll present our, what we have on this real quick. Sold in 2019 for, we believe, $1,050,000. There's the property, it's a nice building, it's got a warehouse in the back.
Isn't that a fairly new building in comparison? Is that now that wrong?
Yeah, it was built in 2018.
After the hurricane.
Yeah, Red Iron Building. The income calculations, this is where the value comes from. So it's assuming a market lease rate of $12 per foot per year, which ends up being rather conveniently about $1 a foot a month. And it's assuming a triple net lease. The cap rate being given is 8, and the load is 1.88 for taxes. The difference between our value and the purchase price is going to be a difference in capitalization rate, which is going to be based on the purchaser, who's sitting in this room, his own assessment of risk, management, liquidity, non-liquidity, all that kind of stuff. We're using market data. So that's where our value of $816,000 comes from. And I will point out that if the warehouse market fluctuates, the value of this will fluctuate year over year, but it should stay pretty stable, assuming the warehouse market stays stable. You know, basically, I'm just telling you, it isn't going to double again. That's probably not possible. The equity grid just shows other properties that are the same sort of thing. We've got the Rockport RV Services, the Sears Hometown Store, and then I don't even know what 71044 is. I think it's on the bypass. They're just nicer warehouses, same sort of thing. And the income value sales ratio report shows that income valuations work for investment type properties. And that's where our value came from. And you know, if this ever gets brought up that we're at 80%, then I think I can defend it. I don't think that we're low. I think we're right where we need to be. But that's just my opinion.
My opinion is the other way, but I think my shock is just that it doubled in 1 year. I mean, that's.
Okay, Norman, you've got 2 minutes to
Sorry.
ask any questions of Eamon and 2 minutes for any rebuttals. I'll give you 4
No,
minutes.
I understand the math in this. Again, that's not my strong suit, sit on a computer and do that all day long. I understand where he's coming from all this, but I live in the real world. I'm the one who has to pay the taxes. So like I said, a double, I mean, it's like opening your mail at home and finding out your house double in value in 1 year. I mean, you know, you say, hey, the tenant has to pay it. Well, yes, the tenant has to pay it, but guess what? The tenant has already expressed that it's, I mean, it was a shock value when it was doubled. I mean, I sent it to them there, and apparently they know a lot of people here, so that they wanted to come in and fight this too. So
yeah, and I'll just let you know, there's no our values on notice are just January 1 fee simple.
right, no, yeah, it's
If it was a residence, there's like stuff to graduate year over year, but there's nothing to graduate. That's been brought up. If people are like, okay, well, for commercial properties, because the increments are so huge, nothing happens for a long time, and then all of a sudden the value is wildly different because of how rare sales are, or how rare the data is to come by, or methodology updates, and the legislature just keeps saying no.
well, but again, again, I'm the one absorbing the double. I mean, so yeah, I mean, again, if it, you know, I'm just saying, put yourself in my shoes.
If I could, I would.
Yeah.
I just, there's no lever
No,
for
no,
me to
and
pull.
again, the math and all that, I understand y'all's math, but still have to write a check. It's somebody has to absorb it, and again, I'm just, you know, I'm pleading that as a citizen, as a businessman, this I have to come do this. You know, I mean, it's we're in a small world. We all have the same goals, and I mean, I wouldn't be doing them any justice if I didn't try, you know, so,
Anything else?
no, sir.
Okay, Damon, you've got 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Oh, no, I have no rebuttal.
Okay, you're closing in, okay. So you have a minute for any
I'm,
last
I'm
thoughts?
good, yes, I think y'all understand where we're at. I tell you, my ball was M&M's, so.
Help yourself.
I know, it's the last thing I need. I suffer from a disease called hypo fat boy hungry, and I can't find a cure for it, so.
So the classification is a warehouse excellent?
It's just class 3.
Class 3. 2018 build.
The only difference between warehouse classes is rent rate.
But they paid, and 2018.
Good.
It's hard to dispute the value of it.
Yeah, and it's a tough thing to see because of a couple things. One is the value being probably undervalued previously, and then this shift to the income approach for businesses that the state has pushed back on the appraisal district on. So that's a big change to appraisals.
And then lay a COVID year on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, just wish it was more gradual.
Yes, I understand.
Well, I mean, without evidence of anything, I personally would like to see around $600,000.
That's about what I like to see.
Yeah,
Not $1,500,000, $1,550,000, I think is what I saw. I thought I saw
I mean, that's not what was paid for the building.
higher or low.
Lower than that,
Really?
yes.
I think that came from the, what was paid for the?
Do I have to tell y'all? I mean,
You don't,
Well,
any evidence helps.
No, you
Yeah.
don't have to tell us, but the thing is, if our number is, if our assumption is high, then it doesn't do anything but good to let us know
Well, I mean,
that it's too high.
so one of my problems is I didn't just buy a building.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't have paid that much for the building. I mean, there's no way. I mean, but I paid about 100,000 less than that for it. So,
Okay.
But yeah, again, it's the value is in the lease for me. I mean, that is what, and we work really hard on negotiating a lease, and these are very, very intelligent people. I think there's somebody in that system that's a very smart person, so.
Not in comparison to the other factors in the income calculation. I mean, all it does is just say that 816 is not excessive.
I hate to see the loss of a tenant and the loss of tax base.
No, they haven't been there forever.
No,
They've got another
they were on
location.
the bypass for years and years and years.
And that building's sitting empty right now. Mhm. I'm glad I didn't buy that. I'm real glad, and I was real close to it.
We voted on one this morning.
It's too large.
It's a beautiful building too.
You okay with 816?
Yes, it's.
I understand.
I can't do that. Not in good conscience.
Okay, I'll move on, case ID 2021-1573, account number 49791. With respect to incorrect appraised market value, that we maintain the appraised value at 816,000.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
One
One
opposed.
opposed. Let the record show 3 ayes, 1 opposed.
Okay,
Thank you.
Perfect.
What was the value?
862.
Oh, okay.
Same what it was.
Okay, it's closed.
Well, guys, thank y'all for taking time out to see me today. Sorry I didn't have more evidence and everything, but this is a very good system y'all have here. I like this a lot better than Oasis County. This is a lot better. So,
Is it a lot more impersonal, a lot more?
a lot more personal, yes. It's just, I mean, again, like I said, I can't argue the numbers. I knew that coming in here.
You like the decorating?
I'm sorry?
You like the decorating?
You know,
You like the ambiance?
the whole world is crazy. I mean, it's like, you know, when you walk in, you don't have to wear masks and all that. I appreciate that.
Look at it this way, you're upstream as opposed to downstream here, so, you know, at least you got the high ground going for the.
Yeah, again, guys, y'all have a wonderful day. I'd say a good weekend, but you got a ways to go on.
Thank you.
Thank y'all, y'all.
Could you make sure to put that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Didn't want to knock her over. Thought you were still a big guy.
Huh?
Big guy. Yeah.
What's that for? What do we got here?
Roland from SWBC. He's here in person.
SWBC.
Yes.
Everybody should take a potty break.
Yes.
Good plan.
You've been there before? Okay.
The first one, unless he asks for a different order, is case 1505.
Oh, we're going backwards.
This is 3:00?
No, it should be 10 o'clock. Bridbeth was in the 10 o'clock and this one is.
Starts with Goldsberry and ends with, page 2.
1507, 1508, and 1509. So it goes successfully, except for 1506 is not in there. Yes. And we've got it where we'll go ahead and sign in, do the affidavits for all four at once. Okay?
Mike has a copy. You want a copy of them? Okay.
I'll go check and see if we can get some more.
I'm probably all right. We've had it 4 months now.
Okay, and so we'll have a short break and then I'll bring him in.
Okay. Oh, he's here in person.
He is here in person.
Got it.
So a couple of minutes and then I'll call him in.
Yeah. Do what you need to do.
All of this. I have not had a piece of candy since I started. This. Yeah, I'm not. There's a bowl of cheeseburgers out here. That'd be, it would be a problem. So Pier 77 reopened.
Go?
I did not. Cindy can't go, so I've tried to, and she's been dying to go, and
You going back to Indiana next week?
no, actually, we're gonna take a couple of days and go do something fun. We haven't done anything fun for a year or more. Houston, to the Woodlands, to a little resort place up there. Quick thing, and we go. I'm not sure about.
ARB or you?
Are you saying that because there's a lot of cases together, or do you?
I set fire to that thing. If somebody hadn't come and gone, I set fire to that thing a long time ago.
This morning there was
Never do that.
Well, you really didn't have too much choice, did you?
No.
include everything.
Better rent something, so, you know. It was,
Wish it could have been.
I think we probably could have found something,
Yeah.
but
I'm sitting here thinking,
It's easier to buy something, live in it.
It's real annoying, like two of these things,
Did you say this? Did you not say that?
two of these things are
Find out how good your negotiating skills are.
Key Labor condos. No, Key Labor
Oh, okay.
condos. There's two
There's
of
a
them
house,
there,
kind of across the street next door we could have done.
Okay.
which
Oh, okay, yeah,
They've
yeah,
been-
right.
they've been rebuilt
This
since
was
last year,
This was.
except for the ones on Sand, I don't know.
I did a couple of those and it's like,
No,
Yeah.
MD is rapidly approaching, so we'll see how that comes out. Maybe by the end of
I couldn't
August.
find Mike just now.
I don't know.
Maybe he's in the back. I told Scott about that office, the one that doesn't appear to have a vent. He was a preview my office. It's supposed to be Scott's office. Doesn't appear to be. Oh, and.
No.
I've been wondering what
Stand
the
back.
Tesla thing is. Awesome. Where is the Cybertruck facility? Where is it? And I can't find anything because they don't want to have rookies coming by. I'm sure people know. It's out there.
Yeah,
But it's just buried enough that I can't find it with ease. And whatever previous life was in Austin, that building has a Post-it note stapled to the wall that says Tesla job site, 13101 Harold Moon Road, Austin, Texas.
Huh.
So I'm gonna Google that,
yeah.
see where it is.
Rolling.
Huh?
Rolling.
That's it.
There was a Tesla SUV in town this weekend.
There's your FUV, but.
It's a single section.
There's not a day that I go.
There's
out and see
9.
Tesla.
They have two Teslas.
That's 9, because it's 4, I think this is
I
9.
think it's 4x4.
And then there's a single section right here. That's 9. And this is,
Maybe 4x3.
Can't sleep.
Okay. This is Roland.
hey, good to see you.
Oh, this, I'm
don't
so
beat me up.
sorry.
Get out of the way.
You're gonna sit in one of those two chairs, whichever you prefer.
How you doing? How's everything going for you, sir? How's life treating you? Good.
How are you doing?
Still alive, still kicking, not as high, but I'm still kicking. Yeah.
Got
We are rolling, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Roland has a question for you about the case order.
Okay.
Will I be able to? Maybe the word dictate is too strong. Get one of the accounts heard first, or the other ones. I mean, just in order.
Which one do you want to do?
Of course.
We are gonna sign it for all of them all at once.
Yes, ma'am. I think it's maybe not right.
Yeah, sure.
One on Sand Dollar.
Yeah. Okay, Mike, I don't know if you brought this up. With you. In the back here, doesn't it? You go in on the right, and then it's there, like you just leave it in the stop box.
It does. Yeah, I mean, when I turn the ARB on and it comes out. No, that's an outflow. There's no index.
Standoff. Account number 25395. Okay.
Okay, that's case number 1508.
I did. That's the one you like to do first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you're gonna hear, we're gonna swear in for all of these. And I'll take that one and go first.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
No problem.
First one is quick.
All right. 15 minutes. Okay. Are we ready? Okay. Hi, Mike.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. We are opening a series of hearings for the same agent. They will encompass 1505, 1507, 1508, and 1509. This hearing is being recorded.
The, under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, Q5 others specified is checked, but nothing specified.
Okay. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Roland, you gave all your evidence into.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I shall have powers to solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F as it applies to case ID 1505, 1507, 1508, and 1509.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F relating to case number 1505, 1507, 1508, 1509.
Kathy Hoffman, you solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F relating to cases 1505, 1507, 1508.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F as they relate to case numbers 1505, 1507, 1508, and 1509.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Roland Salazar, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Could you say it's related to those?
And the case numbers are 1505, 1507, 1508, and 1509.
Thank you.
I, Emma Murphy, solemnly swear that the testimony you shall present is true and correct. The cases 1505, 1507, 1508, 15.
Well, you're not a licensed appraiser, are you?
No, sir.
The first case we'll hear is 2021-1508, account 25395. Roland, you want to speak first, or you want Amy to go first?
I'll go.
Okay.
Will the evidence be?
You have 5 minutes.
I
think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, I'm out.
All right. This is the property. We've probably heard this before. These are photos of the property. This property has been damaged since the hurricane back in 2017. There has been, I hate to say the word, no progress or very minimal progress in the last 4 years. I visited this property time and time again. Last time I visited was in January, and then when I was here for informals, I think, or maybe not informals, last month in June sometime, I took some photos. I visited the property again. Again, the property has not progressed at all. It is still in the same format as it was as of January 2018. There have been maybe about 10 or 12 condos. They've been moving from building to building to building to building. This, hopefully this year will be the last one started and finished. I was being redundant. Anyway, these are the photos. The property was in litigation for 19 and 2020. We settled at a value of $150,000 for this property. Again, nothing has changed from the time that we settled it in December of 2020. And again, as I stated before, in January, about mid-January, I try to come down here somewhere around the 20th or 21st, thereabouts. I looked at the property again, and this is what I saw. No progress. So I'll ask the panel to consider the total value of $150,000 as we agreed in litigation for the years 19 and 2020. Also, there should be a spreadsheet that I attached to this. Okay, this spreadsheet, here it is. This spreadsheet, these are comparable properties, about a quarter of a mile condos that were at 50% complete, pretty much like the subject property. The property values were sent out at $199,680. If you read starting from left to right, it'll give you the account number. It gives you the square footage of the property, 1,317 square feet. The subject property is 1,122 square feet. The subject was built in 73. The comparables were all built in 1977. Land values are somewhat similar, $64,000 for the subject. Land value for the comparables is $75,000. The proposed value that was sent out was almost $200,000, $199,680. The settled value at the informal hearing was at $163,310 for all these properties. And you can read the third one, account number 12161, which was 1,362 square feet, going to left to right. Value was sent out $186,000. That was valued at $154,190. And then we have one property down second to the bottom, 1,102 square feet, somewhat pretty close to similar to the subject property square footage. Was valued at $147,000. Again, these properties, again, just like they're similar to the property that the subject property are at best 50% complete. And to tell you the truth, they're a little bit further along because I was out there in June, and at least they were working on it. I was out there in June on the subject property, and again, nobody's working on this on the subject properties. So anyway, these are the comparables that I chose to select, and it sits on not on the bay side but on the ocean side, has a nice view, and again, they're only starting to repair the property. So I'll ask the panel to consider $150,000. Again, as I stated, those were the litigated values that we agreed on for 2019, 2020, and again, there has been no progress as of January 1st. So there you have it.
You have 7 minutes to cross-examination.
Okay, this is account 25395. It was 52% complete both for 2020 and 2021. There's been no measured progress in construction condo. Its market value last year was finalized at $150,000. That was a result of, as was brought up, a litigation, and it is our chief appraiser wanted me to let you know, and I will let you know that The values agreed upon at litigation are not full appraised opinions of value. They're a matter of just settling, trying to reduce legal fees. That's not our stated position. It's almost never what's happening at a litigation. Our opinion of value is what we were defending at that litigation, not the $150,000 that we agreed to kind of staunch the bleeding in terms of budget. Our value this year is $199,090 for this condo, which is damaged. Seems like a lot. What's a damaged condo worth? Well, look at our sales rate. With a note from our appraiser, and it paints a little picture. It says subject is 52% complete, 48% damaged, and it's still from Harvey. All comps are the same condo complex and all sold damaged. Comp 1 is in the same unit as the subject, both 55% complete for 2019 and 52% for 2021. Comp number 2 is the same. It's not in the same unit, but it's the same level of progress. And comp number 3 is 52% complete. It's the same. Again, it's a different unit, a different building in this complex, but these things are being sold in 2018, and 2019, damaged as studs, as prospective. They're going to sign up, they're going to pay their assessments, they're going to have some say in how the progress goes, and at the end, they're going to have a condo worth more than they started. They sold for $235, $160, and $170. None of them were $150. That's just not happening. So nobody here thinks that this thing's actually worth $150 because you can't buy one for $150. So it's not worth that. It does show that our value is on the high side. We're at $199.90. The median value is $192,566. We rounded to 190, and that's okay. Like you said, we're $235 is the highest. Somebody paid a lot for that. And then we got a 160 and a 170. And the equity grid shows other units in this building. They're exactly uniform. I mean, they've been normalized for effective age and everything else for the construction sites. So they're all going to be exactly the same. I understand they're damaged. There is prospective value in these things. Whether or not it's delightful to own one is another issue, but things are worth what they're being regularly bought and sold for. Our value does seem to be on the high side of acceptable, but yeah, they'll do with that information what you will.
Okay, Roland, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. Right? 4 minutes.
Again, we've already been through this. The properties haven't changed at all. Definitely the property at 235,000 on the high side. If you look at the properties at 160 and 175, memory serves me correct, they're probably a little closer to the value that I'm requesting. Again, there has been no progress or noticeable progress on this property. I've been seeing this property year after year after year. I'm asking for 150,000. I understand the district position, but I'll ask the panel to understand my client's position. That there has been no progress. He's not been able to enjoy the property. He's basically just sitting on it, paying taxes, paying homeowner association fees. The sales that we're talking about, 175 and 160. If you just minus out the homeowner association fee, you'll probably pay close to 150,000 on for the last 3 to 4 years that he's having to pay those fees and pay the taxes. So again, I'll ask the panel to strongly consider the litigated value that we all agreed on, the district and my client. And I'd like to move forward on this, and hopefully by the end of this year, we've made progress and hopefully finished this account. Basically, I'm tired of this property myself. So I'll ask the panel to consider 150,000. Again, you look at the 2 sales, not the first one at 235. I think we're on the high side, 160, 175. It's closer to the litigated value. And those occurred, I guess, in 18, and I can't remember the other one. I think it started in 19. I'll ask the penalty considered stronger than 150,000, which is the agreed value that we had for 19 and 20, which is a litigated value. And I understand the district position. But why go through this litigation process?
Okay, Aaron, you got 2 minutes.
Okay, the answer to that question is because the ability, willingness to litigate property should not be a means of just reducing people's taxes. Just because you can essentially overburden districts with legal fees doesn't mean that they should pay an unfair amount of taxes. I understand that it works a lot of times, but that's not an opinion of value. It's not how appraisal works, and I don't think it's right. The subject is on the superior view side. The one that sold is on right next to it, and so that's why it sold for $235. You know, when these things are done and they start selling for $400,000, you know, having this thing hampered down to 150 is just going to be even more of a problem. Realistically, this guy probably, I get it, can't lease it, can't use it. You can still sell it. You can still give it away. You can still restrict entry and exit. You can still go in and sell. He doesn't have no limits. And the guy next to him exercised his right to sell it for $235 2 years ago. So, anyways, I just, you know, if it's just a matter of like threatening lawsuits, then that doesn't have anything to do with our opinion.
I'll ask that. I wasn't threatening a lawsuit. Don't get me wrong on this one. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that that word is.
No, we're okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure that.
So you have a minute to provide any other closing comments.
Again, I'll ask you to look at the spreadsheet that I had. This is condos right next door that have views to the ocean, and those were settled. Those values went out at 199,000 themselves, and look at what they were settled at. 163,000, pretty much all the way down the line. 163, 154, 161. Larger units. These did have sites looking at the ocean. The last two, 147, 152. So I'm not off base when I'm asking for 150,000. If you look at these sales, you look at square footage, 1317, 1317, 1362, 1317. One is at 1,102 square feet, similar to what the subject property is, 1362. All came from a value of about 199,000 that were settled at one, and these were settled informally at 163, 163, 154, 161, 147, 152. I'm not far off on this by asking for the litigated value of 150,000.
Okay.
So there.
Amy, you got a minute?
Just in closing, I just want to point out our sales grid does show that our number is above what's supported by the market data. Even though the best comp is well above, it's the most extreme one. Maybe that is relevant to the subject. Maybe the subject is another $235,000 one, but we're doing the mass appraisal. So the fact that we're a little high, like I said, few of that information will be. I think these are selling for not 150,000.
Let me interject. I think I can finally state my opinion on condos in a very clear and concise way. If you had $200,000, would you buy a condo with the knowledge that it's at 50%? And then you have the knowledge that $200,000 is going to sit idle 2 years. These comps, same comps, are 2 years old. It's 2021, the oldest is 2018, so. Not only that, but you're going to be exposed to litigation. You're going to be exposed to another hurricane that could happen. And you'd be right back where you started. Or would you take that 200,000? Go buy something? Go throw it away. And they're paying money, hand over fist, hand over fist. They're paying money, and can't use it.
But look at the rents.
But they're paying for it. So how
And
do you-
what rent are they getting for it? It's studs.
When it comes back.
But you'll never get the 2 years' money back. That rent has gone away. It's never coming back. You'll never get it.
So why are people buying these? They've been buying these since the day after the hurricane.
There's knuckleheads born every day.
Well, that's the point. That's your point of view, but they're still buying them.
Yeah, I get it. But
And that is for in this
I'm just,
condition,
I'm just-
Based on the.
would you buy it? Would you buy
I
it?
will buy.
Would you buy a $200,000 condo today? Would you? Answer the question.
Well, 28 million, but I will. Because when that condo is finished, it's going to be worth up to 40,000. But the view, the location, other buildings, the best ones on the whole site. So yeah, I would, if I had that.
Well, given the current state of the sales, 235 that I kind of consider an outlier, right? The others, I'm with Charlie at 175, 150 I think is low, 175 is reasonable.
We have sales at 160 and 175.
What do you take those two and throw out the
The 235 is just, that's an
But
outlier.
there's some units that are half the size of them, that are up units are selling for 275. So I'm okay with the 175. I'm just telling you that I think the number, but if you want to go.
Well, it's just from what he showed. I understand what you're saying, but he didn't show any higher. 135?
I'm at 150. I mean, I'm not really at his number, and I'm not really at his number. I feel for the owner because I think it's altogether completely wrong. But vote your conscience.
You gotta look at the history of what's happening. I'm not.
All right, I'll make a motion on case number 2021-1508, count 25395. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised, market value, and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity that we lowered the 2021 assessed value to $175,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3 ayes.
I'm opposed.
Okay, Roland, where would you like to go now?
The other property, account number ending, 25315. 25315, it would be
1507.
1507.
Okay. We can do that. So we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1507, account 25315.
Protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value, and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal.
We have already sworn in. So it's just a matter of going who speaks first.
I'll let the district speak.
Okay. Dana?
This account is 25315. Appraiser noted that it was sold in 2006 for $223,000. Okay, that's fine. 71% complete for 2020 per ARB. So apparently the condition of the building was specified, sort of made more clear at an ARB hearing.
The value last year was 185,000. I don't know if that's the ARB value or if that's a litigation value. If that represents just 71% complete of the previous value of this condo, I'm not sure. Then remarks on the property card say 100% complete first site visit, and that's November 2nd, 2020. So these things are, this one is done. It's 288,000. The value of this condo. Facing the canal. 204 Nassau. The comps we have are a 2020 sale of 203 Nassau. So this is 204 Nassau. And the comp is 203. And it sold for 285 in August of 2020. It's exactly the same as the subject in every aspect. So it might as well be the subject. That indicated value is 285. The other sales that we have are 208, which is also very similar to the subject. It has a few differences in terms of there's a few adjustments being made, and I'm not sure for what. I don't know why, actually. So it's not, the grid's not making it clear why there's adjustments being made. It looks to be exactly the same. It's 278. Oh, it's upstairs, downstairs. Okay, so there's an inferior sale of a downstairs unit for 278. The upstairs one sold for 280. There you go. That's the only difference. So it gives you a contributory value of the upstairs loan. And the 905 Sand Dollar also sold for 320. It's the same as the subject, it's just situated a little differently. And then 404 Nassau sold for 306. Then it has to be adjusted for how it's situated. The indicated value for the subject is a median of 290,000. We're at 288. The part of what's pulling that median up is negative adjustments from better situated condos. So the best comps we have are 285. Indicated value for the subject is 285 and 288. If I had to pick one, it would be 285. The equity grid shows other condos in this complex. They're exactly same age, same. They've all been normalized. Should be pretty uniform from here on out until people start renovating. And what follows is scale ratio report for condos. I think. Is it condos or just scale ratio? Oh, it's for all of them. Okay, so that's not acting for it's too super relevant. That is here. There you go. So, anyways, to be clear, we're at 288. The grids support our numbers at 290 and 288. I also think the best comp is the first one. And then indicates a value of 285. That's exactly what we want to see for a massive raise. That's it.
Okay, Roland, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes of presentation.
I'll go with cross. I'll go with the. Just to answer his question earlier, he wasn't sure whether it was a litigated value or not. Property was a litigated value at 185,000 for 2019. Just to cut to the chase on that. I'd ask the board to look at the. I have photos on this. I've seen photos on this. I'd like to have the photos. Well, let's look at this area first. You look at this in the subject property here. The comps that I used are up. Those 50% adjustments were up here. So we're not talking a whole a lot of distance from it. Again, they have a view going to the ocean. This one has, I guess, a view across the canal.
What kind of complex are you using?
I can't remember. I apologize. Thank you. Again, those were 50% complete. I did look at the comps that I chose. They were at 199, same comps as the last one. They were valued at 199. The properties were at about 50% complete, and they became larger units. They were at 163,000, settled informal value 163, 154. You already know the scenario. They were lower. The value that I'll be asking for is 185,000. If you move to the next, again, this is the county unit 204. The next one. This is the property that I saw. I was out there in November. I thought the property was going to be finished.
This is the subject property.
Yes. I was out there after January. I don't know what happened from this November to this to January, but if you go to the property, it's definitely not finished. You can see that it's in, I guess instead of moving forward, they went backward. So that's, you know, so basically this shot is from the other condo. I just happened to look that way and I go, what the hell? I mean, excuse me. I could have sworn this property would have been finished. And so I went across, I went back to it, and well, there you see me showing that the property is in disarray. It's being worked on again for whatever reason. Something went wrong, whatever.
And when were these pictures?
These were in January of this year, a little bit after January, take that back. I was there in November thinking that the property was going to be finished. And then somewhere between, I guess, November and January thereafter, something happened. It just didn't go. So basically, I understand that there are sales out there, but again, this property is not finished. I was there in June. Why was I there? I know I didn't come in last month. I was in Wessex County working some properties there, so I thought I had some time, and so let me look over here, see what's going on. So again, the property is not finished. It's somewhere from 100% to 60%, 70%. It is not finished. I'll ask the panel to consider 200,000 even. And leave it at that. I think my grid said 185,000 for basically just for the litigated value. Since I seem they got in trouble with the last, going back to litigated value, I'll ask that the board consider 200,000, and I'll leave it at that. Again, the property is not.
Property, let's see what.
100%. 100%. Show on the card again. Okay, done, Roll?
Yes, sir.
No problem. Amy, you got 4 minutes for cross-examining the ball.
Okay, on our property card, it shows 100% complete first site visit in November of 2020, and effective age is 2008. We were built in 1973, and after being repaired, they were finished out. And the effective age of where they're all at is 2000. You can still remodel your roof. They're fighting the effective depreciation. They're trying to keep it up. The place was.
Is this what we're looking at, remodeling, or is it first?
I have no reason to believe that it's not remodeling. Our field appraiser said these are all. This is not, and everything I saw in those pictures doesn't look like it's remediation of damage. They're upgrading flooring and fixtures. When this gets done and it goes up for sale, it will indicate that this thing is not an effective age 2008 property, that it's something a little bit more updated. We're trying to keep it up to condition. I don't think that this property, again, I'm not all knowing. It's possible that this thing has some sort of extent damage from the hurricane, but I don't see anything telling me that that's what that is. It's just somebody remodeling their condo. This happens. I mean, your house isn't incomplete because you take the countertops out. But no, and that's how you keep your effective age up. You know, the flooring that's exposed in there doesn't even look like what was in there before. Taking stuff out, placing things. all the time. But, you know, it is, doing something to it. Again, I have no problem if this is actually still repairing damage, if it is, but is it? Or is this just remodel?
This is a remodel, so walls are You know what that is? You know what that stuff is? The wall?
Somebody put some kind of paneling in there, it looks like it's just a plain sheetrock wall.
Yeah, shiplap. Shiplap, it's a very trendy.
That could be, that's enough.
Maybe. Anything else?
No.
Roland, you got 2 minutes.
If you look at the picture, that's one bedroom. If you go to the next photo, well, that's basically the water heater area. Next photo, that's the bathroom area. And I think I had another photo there. Basically, the living room, bedroom, the flooring was missing. Well, you can see the commode, they're redoing the bath. Now, all these people had the options to upgrade when they were working on these properties. I talked to enough of these people to know that you don't wait to have everything finished just to tear out the walls all over again and delay your move in for another 3 to 5 months. So to say it's remodeled, I don't think so. I don't believe so. I was there in November, and then I was there in January, and then I was there in June. I keep up with these properties as much as possible, especially with these properties here that I've had a lot of headaches with. And believe me, there have been headaches, not just for the district, but for myself. This is not a remodel.
There's no indication, I can't see anything. Is there any indication that there was hurricane damage that they were dealing with in the last couple of years? I don't see anything in notes or.
Well, it wasn't complete until recently, so in that sense, yes. But the property owner agent has testified under oath this is not real.
I mean, this definitely, all these properties were damaged during the hurricane. We've been slowly fixing them. I did run into back in January when I was there, I ran into I don't know, a person from Georgia that was looking at all the properties, trying to figure out where each building was. He was hired by the management group. And again, this is just me talking. He was hired by the management group to go from unit to unit to unit to unit, building by building by building, to find out where the hell they were at. They've had numerous contractors that have just not gotten paid during insurance problems. I mean, I can tell you stories from the day one to now. So I've looked at these properties. So again, this is not, I doubt it, I very much doubt, and I'll say it, I don't think it's remodeled. This was property that was damaged in the hurricane. And from talking to these owners, if they wanted to do any upgrades, they were doing it at the time they were being repaired.
Okay. Good job. Now, you got it.
I don't have.
Roland, got another minute if you need.
I'll ask for 200,000 value on that. And that's what I was asking, and I'll ask the panel to consider that. I'll leave it at that.
Let's assume for the moment that it was the continuation of rebuilding from the hurricane. Just consider that. I make it about 80% when I look at the pictures of the flooring, the walls, and painting, and fixtures. If I take the 288 and suppose it's the 100% complete value, and take 80% of that, I get 234.
Out of 675. So, sure.
I tried that. I couldn't get to 75.
Yeah, I don't have the list.
Yeah,
It looked.
I was working while I was talking there. It looked like 80%. To 3,400.
And I can't imagine why anybody would even, if they're an investor that is renting, wanting to miss out on the winter tax.
That's based off entrance to 88.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah, that also has 64K, 65K land.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So where are you at?
230,400.
You got me in agreement on a condo, so. Jump.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I'll move on, case ID 2021-1507, account 2325-315. Respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity that we lower the 2021 market value and appraised value to 230,000.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, what do we got left, Roland? 1509?
I'll let you guys choose.
That's the only one left, right? We've done the other?
I think there's two left.
1505 and 1505.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if I can do 1505. So we're opening it here.
Say 15. Go ahead.
Opening at 5, yeah, opening here at 1505, account 25044.
Protest is incorrect. Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal. Others specified.
Okay. And who would you like to go first?
I'll go first, sir.
Okay.
The property was appraised last year at 1,000,009. That's the right one. Yes. I take that back. Yes, it was 1,000,007. Oh, the proposed value is 1,999,990. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, you got it.
The sale that or equity that I used in sales, that came in at 1,731,000. I'll ask the, I'm not gonna go over each every one of these things. I'll ask for 1,800,000.
Is it, my turn, sir?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's account 25044. It says the last sale price was in 2004, purchased for 1,340,000. Long time. Listed in 2020 for $2.6 million. Key Allegro Unit 3 got a neighborhood adjustment of 120% for 2021. Its market value last year was $1,761,430. This year it was noticed at $1,919,990. There's a note that says the class was adjusted and per photos and listing information. So this thing apparently hit the market last year, and I did a pretty detailed explanation of what it's like over there at the end of Edgewater. Very premium positioning for this lot. Doing a mass appraisal is going to always be hard to get up to what these things actually sell for, but it's listed for $2.65 million. I think it already sold. interesting. Sometimes these things take a while to come through the pipe for us to find out about it. Sometimes it's complicated to close on a house like this. Our comps are going to be on Curlew, Albatross, Blue Heron, and Finch. So they're 7 ST pluses, just like the subject. They're custom built homes. They're homes where things are the way they are because they want them. Their subject was built in 1972, has an effective age of 2005. Indicated value, I mean, the sale prices for the other ones are 1.6, 1.3, 1.3, and 1.7. The subject is bigger than a lot of those, but it's really just the location. It's going to be the fact that it's at the end of the road and has an unobstructed view of Little Bay. That's going to be one of the biggest adjustments. Our indicated median value for sales is $70,000 over our list. The equity grid shows other properties that are 7 ST pluses there in the same unit in Key Allegro. Indicated value is right on top of our number. They all have the same neighborhood adjustment. They're just on a schedule and have their age condition kind of measured. Again, the biggest distinction is going to be how this thing sits. In Key Allegro, our sales ratio is 0.99, is 99.5. So our market adjustments, you can track what's going on in Key Allegro. Yeah, I hope it's going to sell for 2.6 million. That's all.
What's that?
I said I hope this thing didn't sell for 2.6 million. Because it's one data point that always ends up.
It did recently.
Well, it was listed for sale. I don't know. We don't have any thing saying that yet. But I'm just saying. I hope that we didn't get what you were asking for it. Just for our sake. I mean, for their sake. It is. It's just we're doing mass appraisal, and with the fee appraisal, it's real easy to put mass appraisal.
Okay, Roland, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination, 2 minutes for rebuttal. I'll give you 4 minutes.
I'll look at their sales if I want to. You don't want that one right there. You have a property, living area for the subject property is 4,291. On this property, comp 1, the living area is 5,124. So it's about 900 square feet. Real quick math, bigger than the subject property. If I'm reading this correctly, the sale price was almost, I just rounded, $1,700,000. I'm asking for $1,800,000. The next property over is about 1,200 square feet smaller than the subject property. Again, that one sold for $1,000,000, around $1,400,000. I don't think we're wrong that far off the market. We're asking for $1,800,000. I understand that the property, as they told me last year when I was here, the year before, that it was listed for $2.6 million. Is that what they said? Again, you can ask for whatever you want on a listing, and then it's all negotiated downward or upward, whichever the case, depending on the market. Definitely the market's hot around this area. Just reading from the newspapers, coming down here year after year after year. I go to Port Aransas, I come here. Let's put it this way, properties I would love to have bought and thought I'd save the money to buy in a couple of years, forget that. Whatever I save is good. And I know it doesn't sound correct in saying that the market is definitely going hot in certain areas. But again, as listing price, I'll ask the panel to consider 1.8 million and leave it at that. I'll just close the argument.
Damon, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Right here, just scroll down a little bit so you can see the bottom the adjustments thing. Yeah, this is segment adjustment total. On the first one, there's a $92,000 negative adjustment. That's for the improvement segment, so all the buildings and stuff. The aggregate net adjustment 482. It's just all land. I mean, if we just normalize 92,000, or you take it off, I mean, entirely, you end up at $2 million. Just saying, let's take 100 grand off for the improvements, and then just see what happens if we stick it on this better lot. $900,000 worth of it. There has been land very similar in situated units that sold empty for $1 million. So it's all location. Location. That's really what it is on this one. I think if they were lowballed by $800,000,
Okay, Roland, you've got a minute for closing if you need it.
No, I'll leave it at that, 1,000,008, that's the last time to consider, leave it at that.
David, anything? Nope.
Okay.
The downside of that property, 2 times a year, you have jumps and boats behind your house anchored up. It's the only downside to that piece of property.
it's supposed to be downside if you're not one.
And then you get the fireworks. So
I agree. Okay, I move on. Case number 2021-1505. Count 25044. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal equity and unspecified other, that we leave the value, the 2021 value of 1.919990. In favor? Aye.
You're telling me we have one more.
1509.
Last one. Okay, opening the hearing on case ID 2021-1509, account 26628. The protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value, and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal for equity in unspecified other. Who goes first?
I'll let him go first, figure out where I'm at.
Okay.
This might be an elementary question, but a question proceeding before you. Whenever you guys put under on there, and it just is that because you're just trying to cover your bases, or do you think that there's actually something you wanted to protest that you have?
As funny as it sounds, I like to believe it's for my own safety, just in case I miss something.
That's why I'm
Right.
curious
And
if
just
there's
it's something for my safety, for the company's safety. Basically, if there's a legal problem, litigation problem, or basically if there's a legal description problem on the property and we didn't catch it until the very end, it helps to know it, and that way it covers the other. We say we failed to receive notice, we noted that, so it's
if I were you, I would check it every month.
Right, yeah, it's pretty much down the line.
I was just curious.
Sure.
All right, so this is 26628 single family residential property on Fulton Beach Road. The north part of Fulton Beach Road, on those tracks that kind of stretch out there and face Aransas. Last year's value is $314,400. This year's value is $355,607. The house is a 4 SF plus, so it's pretty good size, but it is just a regular house. It was built in 1968. It's been kept up with in terms of remodeling and stuff, but it's just a regular. This is not any kind of super fancy house, which is a good place. There you go. That's how it's situated. Has a little waterfront east, a really long, narrow track. Next to Racket Club. just south of that. All right, our comps are gonna be other sales in, Fulton Beach Road in that little region. We've got 2 in Sale House, 1 on Beechwood, and then 1 there on Fulton Beach Road itself. When these sales come through, we have to look at it and see how we do it, and what we're seeing is an increase in value of the location, which is north. So land table got worked. That's right, what it's got, it changes here with the land table. Can we look at last year's improvements to see if there was any, or if the improvements were differentiated from last year? Well, I don't have any note saying that any change was, but. I usually look at the roll history, right? The roll history should have improvement value. Yeah, okay, so the improvements are depreciating its own value. All right, so the sales that indicate value change for this are gonna be these are among them. So what we're doing is just swapping out the buildings pretty much. And the immediate value for the subject is 387,591. We're at 355. It's not quite to the 387 that the sales are indicating. It's got a ways to go, but it's better than 350. That adjustment, that land adjustment was applied to the entire value. The equity grid for other properties, Fulton Beach Road, there are other 4SS pluses, 4SS. Old houses that have been there for a long time, 86, 2001, and 1960. The indicated value for the subject is 361,936. On the same land table, I don't think there even is a neighborhood improvement adjustment. That would be, I wouldn't expect one because there's so much variety. Really, really nice houses and really, really shacky houses on great land. So a neighborhood improvement adjustment often doesn't track with the. And then our scale ratio report is for this area on Fulton Beach Road. We are high. We're at 1.06 and 1.02. There you go. That interested to do whatever has to be said about this.
Okay, Roland, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for presentation, so I'll give you 7 minutes total.
Could you go to the comps that I? Okay. Looking at the equity comps, I think I'll ask him for a value of 329. I'll ask for 330. I'll do it at that.
How much?
330,000. I think the value was sent out at 355. If I'm mistaken.
Yes, sir.
So I'll ask for 330 based on the equity comps.
They're not really very close. Roland, you have another 6 minutes if you need it.
No, sir. No, I'm trying to keep this one short and sweet and leave it at that. I mean, he said that they're owned by 6% above the market in this area. You take the 6% to the 355, you're looking at 333. I'm asking for 330. Definitely settle for 333. I'm not going to go down this road any further.
Amy, you got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say. Well, I still can say something on the comps. I really blew out Edgewater Bay Shore, probably not great. One is on Fulton Beach Road. I don't like how these adjustments are ever done, but such a discipline.
That it?
That's it.
Roland, you got 2 minutes.
I'll go along with the district. Well, I'm not sure if you said this. This area is hard to appraise. Basically, these improvements are all going to be different. They're all older homes. Some have needed repairs, some have been remodeled, on, and may reflect that on the actual sale price. So it's just difficult to appraise. I've run into neighborhoods like this time and time again, no matter where I go, older neighborhoods, older houses. It just depends on what they've done to the property. So again, I'll ask for 330 or 233 based on the 6% adjustment that they overvalue this area. Again, I'll leave it at that.
Damon, you got a minute to close.
I have
Roland, do you have?
No, sir. I'll leave it at that.
Can I see pictometry of 1561 Fulton Beach Road?
Sorry, I've got to find where this is.
You don't have it. That was one of his.
This comes from Fulton Beach Road for 336.
Should the blue line go all the way out to the red one on this side?
Yeah, it has frontage on it. It has highway frontage, waterfront, and center. Three
Is
different.
that your property? No, this is the one that was requested.
This is the one that I asked for?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, my number is 336.
You copied off my sheet. 336.
But that's what the value of this one is in this complex.
What's the number? I mean, what's the address
1561 North Fulton Beach Road.
from
What's
Roland?
Roland's complex.
the value of that house?
336.
That's the adjusted value. Scott, what's the market value for 574?
480750.
480?
Yeah.
Let's give it one.
You wanted 366. Payment has 366. Is that a 50?
Yes, 355, 355.
Yeah. Which the comp is 330. The perfect comp is 336.
Well, according to his,
What is it is, what's the value of the property and value? That's a bigger piece.
well, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's a nice amount.
So Scott, yeah, that property card was 57,469. How's the land versus improvements on that?
It's 2 acres instead of 1.
Improvement's really low. Am I reading it right? Oh, something. It's not. It's not what y'all. I'm still okay with 336, just based on between 330 and 350. 336. We okay? We're okay. 336 is, yes. Yeah. Okay, so I make a motion on case ID 2021-1509, account number 26628, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value, and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal or equity in unspecified Q5 others, that we lower the market value from 355,670 down to 336,200. Favor? Aye.
Okay, Ron, you have that?
Yes, sir. 336,200.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
336,200.
I think we're done.
Oh, okay.
Now that.
Before you leave, let me ask, what do you think that, I don't know, that other property that you think said we sold? Oh, okay, I was just curious. No, I didn't. Oh, okay, all right, just curious. I don't know either. They didn't share that.
Anything else?
No, that concludes the dockets for this morning. We will reconvene at 1:30.
Okay, so have you gone back to Costa Rica? Have you been back to Costa Rica? I thought you had, I know you were,
No, I lived in Rochester.
oh, okay.
But no, I haven't been back. I haven't been back. The people who bought our house,
Uh-huh.
held it for about 9 years, 10 years, and then sold it. And it's now, what do you call it, bed and breakfast? kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's, everything's going that way.
Yeah.
Hey, you take care of yourself. Good seeing you again. Take care. Oh, is it? Tell you the truth, I'm touring myself. This might be my last shot. I'm gonna wait until October, November to decide whether I want to continue. I'll be 69 next year, and I'm there kind of, do I really? Not sure. I don't know. I want to
get a boat.
I'm gonna probably join the Scott over here and go fishing. Like he told me the other day, he wakes up at 5, walks down to the beach, goes fishing, then goes back, takes a shower, and still has time to get to work at 8 o'clock. I said, well, geez. I said, well, I figure it's either another fishing lie or what. I said, ones that always get away. Right.
Terrible
You guys
right
take care
now.
of yourselves. Take care of yourselves.
Fishing is
God,
not
take care of
good.
yourself.
Fishing is not great right now. Take care.
All right, thank you.
We know all about that.
We are back live, by the way.
And from what
Actually,
I,
they probably all say appraisal district on the back.
from what I understand, the agent will be calling in, it's Eric Claxton.
You did a great
don't have
guitarist.
any data.
Eric Clapton makes a great guitarist. So,
Still loading data?
love his work with Cream.
So we just have one case on, just one case on.
Yeah, on the 1:30, he withdrew some, the rest are on the 3 o'clock. So there's 7 in all,
Oh,
but we'll just go straight through, right? And that's why this looks a little out of order, because the 1:30 is listed first and it's case 870. And then it starts with 3, and so then it goes in order from there. That's why
Are we
it
gonna
looks
do
like
them
that.
on the phone or we like?
Oh, yeah. No, we would just do them all.
Okay.
I'll go see if there's been any calls.
Okay.
Hope everybody had a nice lunch.
Oh, I found out what they do with the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Each player gets the Stanley Cup for 2 hours.
2 hours.
I'm not, wait, there's more, 2 hours and then the first couple of days to take pictures, keeping them. They bring it to your house, you don't have to go get it. There's a courier who is in charge of the Stanley Cup. He takes it to each player according to some schedule. And then, starting I think next week, you get 16 hours with the Stanley Cup, wherever you want it. So Blake's gonna be back in Texas. So they will bring the Stanley Cup to him in Texas. He gets to have it for 16 hours. And they come and take it away. And the next person could be in Canada. And they take the
So
Stanley
is
Cup
he gonna
to
bring it to
Canada.
your house?
Bring it to your house.
He's gonna
Wherever you
bring
wanna
it
go.
to your
Wherever
house?
Bring it to your house.
Not my house.
He's not gonna bring it to your house?
No, I'd invite you over to this.
Are you going to his house?
His house in Texas, one of his houses in Texas, yeah.
I assume you're going to his house.
No. No, I'm not going.
Texas is a big state.
Dallas, in Dallas. So he gets to have it where at his lake house for 16 hours. And then all the family can come and blah, blah. And then this courier comes and takes it away again. He takes it to Montreal. And he's there for 16 hours. And he comes and takes it and he goes to New York City for 16 hours. Could be Europe, could be anywhere. So wherever you tell him you're going to be that you want it, they bring it to you.
At whose expense?
Team's expense.
The team expense.
No, not their expense. They don't pay for anything.
What?
I think it's a real bummer that he's not bringing it to your house.
I know, I'd invite you all over, but no.
Mr. Claxton's on the phone. I believe someone's on the phone with Barbara, and I said, let's just transfer him back here rather than us call. So I said to give us a minute and then transfer him on back.
So actually, we have 7 remaining with him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That the same guy who was here this morning?
No, this is a new agent. This is with Ryan. This morning was Pop Hutchinson
Does Eamon know?
and SWPC.
Does Eamon know that we're back here?
I'll go check and then I'll see what Barbara's doing.
So there's only one at 1:30, and I guess everyone else is on 3.
Oh, so-
I think Eamon's otherwise disposed at the moment, but I assume he'll be in shortly. Let's see now. How should I answer this? Hello, this is the Appraisal Review Board.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Eric with Ryan, Eric Claxton.
Hello, Eric. This is Charlie Powers from the Appraisal Review Board for Aransas County. We have one person who's missing at the moment. We have an MIA.
Okay.
As soon as we collect our MIA, we'll get started.
I think you all can start, I mean, get up to that and we'll have either, I mean, don't wait on us. We'll have someone here.
Okay. Eric, since you have 7 different accounts that we're going to deal with today, we're going to swear in on all 7 accounts, and that way I don't have to go through the script more than once.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
That helps all of us.
Okay. So we're going to open this hearing on 7 accounts. Case number 870, 868, 869, 871, 872, 1340, and 1341. And this hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protests. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect.
Oh, sorry. I'm sitting here holding it.
I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166 as it relates to case number 870, 876, 868, 869, 871, 872, 1340, and 1341.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F as it relates to case number 870, 868, 869, 871, 872, 1340, and 1341.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F in relation to case numbers 870, 868, 869, 871, 872, 1340, and 1341.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F as it relates to case numbers 870, 868, 869, 871, 872, 1340, and 1341.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Eric, I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing, these hearings, as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now we will need to wait until the district representative comes.
Well, I do a couple other things. Eric, are you a licensed appraiser in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Okay, do you have access to, or do you have in front of you, the hearing procedures times chart?
I don't have it in front of me, but I have read through that.
Okay, so you know how we're going to do this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we will, when our MIA comes back, we'll start with case number 8, open a hearing on case number 870 and account number 42585. Is that okay?
Let's see here, 42585, yes, the IBC Bank.
Yes.
Under protest.
I don't know if they want to hear that together. We do have 2 IPCs and 2 pro bills.
I'll go in the order.
Okay, under protest.
Yeah, I have 2 parcels for the IBC Bank.
Okay, we'll do one after the other so they're together. I can't do them both at the same time, but I can do them in order.
Perfect.
You thinking this would be a good place for an appraisal district? We're halfway this way. Al should just do it. She knows how to do this.
You know, we really don't need the appraisal district. I think my evidence and everything was sufficient.
I like your style.
Let's go with yours, we're gonna need ours information.
It's worth a try, you know?
Yeah, all you can do is try.
Do it your best job.
So how are you all doing? Are you surviving the season so far?
Oh, yeah.
Too hot, too wet.
Yeah.
We doing this just in numerical order?
We're gonna do them in, we're gonna take the 2 IBCs first and then the 2 pro builds.
So we are starting with that one, and then we'll jump down here.
MIA has been found, ready to swear in.
There's a list of accounts.
There's 7 accounts.
Right. Got it. Okay. I, Emily Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. This is for case ID numbers 870, 868, 869, 871, 872, 1340, and 1341.
Okay, Eric, would you like to speak first on, I've opened case 870. Would you like to speak first, or would you like the district to speak first?
No, I can go first.
All
Okay,
right,
this, just so
you have 5 minutes.
you can catch up, this is protesting Q1 incorrect appraisal market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal.
Which case are we doing first?
870.
So just to confirm, this is PID 42585, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So basically on this one here, this is the IBC Bank. And what I did was, this is the land portion of this. I believe it's where the ATM is. And some working. I took the shopping center that's pretty much surrounding this entire property. Now I understand that that's going to be a larger parcel of land, and economies of size, but really looking at this, my opinion is that parcel 42585 really could be arguably considered part of that same shopping center there. And we look at the dollar per square foot, that shopping center is at $2.61 a square foot, where our parcel for IBC Bank is at $8 a square foot. So my proposed value for this, for parcel 42585, is $31,302. This parcel has a total square footage of 11,993, and the assessed value is $94,940. So again, my proposed value is $31,302.
Anything else at the moment?
That's it for now.
Okay, Eamon, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for presentation. Yes.
All right, so this is the IBC ATM in front of Harbor Oak Shopping Center. Scott, can you pull up in pack 17239?
Just for the ATM.
And I would like to look at the land, how many land tables there are, which land tables they are, what are we using for it. Just start at the top, I guess. Because we have very little value on the ATM itself, so. Okay, so we've got 35 north, 3, RAF, $6. All right. Okay, very tiny valued piece for center land. That's really weird. Okay. Same thing. Is it, thank you, is it, or is it, go to 3, the middle one. He's on the same, oh yeah, it is, okay, all right. So go ahead and look at the subject and see if it's on that same rack land table. It is, okay, go to details. Okay, so the subject is at $10 a foot on the same land table as the strip center that's behind it. And the strip center behind it is just so big, it's getting the top of the land table at $6 a foot. The subject, go ahead and close that next, also has an 80% REL&D. And REL&D is about as nondescript of an adjustment as you can get. What does it stand for?
Reland.
Nobody knows. Literally nobody knows. This is when our old software before PAX, which was like 2002, 2003, was transferred over. There's stuff that shows up as REL&D and C&V. And I think C&V stands for conversion. But if I understand correctly, this is like the aggregate adjustments for the whole account from the other software system. It's probably just a similar thing. It's like, hey, this is a weird encumbered piece of a parking lot in this really big shopping center. I don't know. I really don't know what the value of this thing should be. They do own it outright, but they would only sell it to somebody for another ATM. So I have no idea. I don't have comps of ATMs in parking lots to compare it to. So I mean, yeah, somewhere between $6 and $10 a foot is probably what it should be, I guess. Our sales are other land sales in this area, but they're not great because they're not ATMs in a parking lot.
So what was the next break point? Wasn't it 10,000?
Yes, get that. $100,000.
100,000.
So we got 60,000 square feet, it's $10, and then 100,000, it's 8. So that has definitely been worked out at some point. And then this is just saying, well, probably over 100,000, it's going to be less, but and it was just given a 6 because it's a step down.
Yeah, it was my mistake. I couldn't see squarely.
Yeah, no problem. And I'll point out, it's $10 a foot with an 80% adjustment, so it's $8 a foot. I don't know. It's 30 something feels low, but I really don't know. We're just doing the best we can with the land evidence we have. We got to put something on this thing. What did he figure that? $100.
I think you said 2. Did you say 260?
Yeah, so when I averaged out the larger parcel behind it, the shopping center, it was $2.61 a square foot.
That doesn't seem right. But that takes into consideration common areas and everything. I mean, that's.
That's the entire land portion of that parcel.
Yeah. This is just a postage stamp that could only be used for what it's used for.
Well, yeah.
So yeah, so I would say somewhere between 2.6 and $10 a foot is what we're looking for, but where exactly, your judgment is as good as mine on that.
$6.
$6.
$6.
$6.
What is that?
I don't even know what the acreage is. It's tiny.
11,993 square feet. Is that right, Eric?
That is correct, yes.
Was that the 71,958? 72. Yeah. 71,900.
And what is it now?
It's 95, 96, 14.
Okay.
$6 square foot seems reasonable.
Yeah, the other weird thing about this is that the amount of that parcel is 10 times more than what they need for an ATM. You said postage stamp, but that's not just the ATM. It's a huge area. Can you zoom in a little on that, Scott?
Because you have a park there.
But you don't park.
No,
Nobody
you got
parks
line.
there.
No, I mean, you pull your car and.
Yeah.
There's ingress and egress, there is some parking that is
Because it's taken all the way up to the road.
for the shopping center that is.
No, there used to be a gas station. There used to be a filling station.
Further up in the parking lot.
Is that where it was?
Yeah,
Long time.
yeah, back, I mean,
I'm old.
in the old Ace days. and stuff like that.
We're off our time here, but
We are.
Everybody's.
Yeah, we've been going back and forth. Okay. So Eamon, you're pretty much done with,
Yes.
okay. Eric, do you have any cross-examination or rebuttal that you'd like to offer?
I mean, I think I've stated what I need to. I mean, I understand the size difference of this, but I think, somewhere in the middle between these two is fair.
okay. 71,950.
I would agree.
I think the 71.9 is too high.
Huh?
The 71.9, $6 a foot.
$6.
Well, how much?
Basically, it's still high because all your value in this grass and maybe a tree or two. This picture is so old that the Texaco station is still in it, and so is David's grocery store. I just zoomed in on that picture. It's from 2002. It's an old picture. I don't even know what it looks like now. I mean, I tried this program all the time, but
I don't know. I could go between 6 and 260, and if I say 560.
what does $5 do?
Well, 5, 11, 933 is it? 5 is 59.9.
I like that number better.
You want to add the 470 back in? Improvements?
Okay. Okay, that's 60,435, 60,430. All total.
Yeah.
Okay. You good with that?
He doesn't,
Yeah, the vote.
No, I wasn't really looking at you. I could care less if you.
Oh, all right, here we go.
Okay, so I'll make a motion on case number 2021-870, account 42585 with respect to incorrect appraisal value, appraised market value Q1, and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, that we lower the 2021 market value from 96,410 to 60,430.
second.
All in favor? Okay, hearing is closed. Opening hearing on, let's do the other IBC.
The other bank, 53602.
Yes.
So we're opening a hearing on case ID 871, account number 53602. And all we need to know is who goes first, Eric?
I'll go first.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Perfect, I'm just pulling this up here, sorry. So on this one here, I just did a cost schedule using Marshall and Swift. We have an online version that gets updated regularly, so this is the most updated version of the software. In addition to this, I also want to talk to you a little bit about what we're seeing with banks and what our customers are telling us. We are seeing this last year, and I know we're all tired of hearing COVID and all of this, but it did definitely have an impact on the banks, especially the real estate structures. Teller transactions we have seen with our customers around the smaller counties and areas around central and southern Texas, anywhere from 15 to 40% down in teller transactions. So what that means is less people are going to the banks. Also, with these banks' larger sizes, this one here is almost 9,000 square feet. The buildings are becoming, pretty obsolescent. Trying to find another tenant for these structures, for these banks that are downsizing due to the lower traffic into them. There's a lot of tenant improvement that needs to go into these structures to retrofit to a new owner. So what I'm looking for is I have a cost value of this bank, and then what I did was I just did what I thought was fair, a simple 5% reduction from that, looking for some obsolescence from this last year due to COVID and the lack of traffic through the banks. My cost on this is $1,070,613, and I subtracted 5% of that, and my proposed value for this bank is $1,017,082. Part of this cost does include the land. We have the concrete, and also there's an awning on there that we accounted for as part of that as well. And that's all I have.
Okay. Amy, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 for presentations.
Real quick, have your any of the people you work with reflected the impact that COVID conditions have had on actually transacting bank buildings? Like, have any of them been bought or sold?
I don't have any data in front of me, but I know just general discussions that we've been having is the improvements that are needed to construct these to the new owner is pretty significant, just due to the nature of a bank and how that, that building was built primarily for a bank, which is very specific. So anyone who's coming in, we actually had one client doing CBD oils or whatever, and they had to totally retrofit and, sink a significant amount of capital into that structure to make it fit for their needs. So I don't have any specific information, to that, but I know that has been a hot topic of conversation amongst our customers.
Yeah, it'd be great to know whatever that person paid for it, because we're currently sitting in a vacant bank. What used to be a bank, not as nice as this one. The one we're in now was built to be an office. It was built to be a bank.
Right. And especially these larger banks, those 9,000 square feet. That's difficult. To find another tenant that can use that exact same structure.
Right. I'll go into our evidence real quick. We have 2 banks in our sales grid. The one we're sitting in and the one downtown. We bought this one for $543, and the one downtown sold for $485. So when adjusted to be like the subject, it needs an enormous net adjustment because the square footage difference is basically double. So almost 2.5 times on one of them. Indicates a value of about $1.5 million. Because you got $500,000 being paid for places that are 2.5 times smaller. That's where it ends up indicating. This is, it is a weird building. It's nice, but it is kind of specialized. The equity grid shows other bank properties and how they're being valued. And our equity value is below our notice value of 1.7. Our equity value is 1.51. The sales grid also indicates a negative adjustment of $100,000. Yeah, so let's see here. Yeah, those are all really good points. I would think that this thing would be, I'd be fine with this anywhere from 1.2 to 1.5. Anywhere in there, I'd be okay. This is part of the reason why I'd like to get better income data on banks. These things do get leased, and maybe IBC does a sale lease back or something, gives us some evidence to it. They know how much their building's insured for, so it is real estate. But doing a cost approach, you end up with really weird numbers. Blending it with you gotta want to build a bank.
Say what?
If you're going to build this building, your cost approach is going to say, well, this is what it costs to build this, but you're building a bank. Like, it's got this weird edifice on the front that's only really there to create prestige and kind of an eye-catching thing for a bank. This would be too much building for a restaurant. It would be too much building for even us at the appraisal district. This would be a little bit too much building. We just need offices. If this is more in line with what you would expect to see for like a church, or in the case of the other one that had been grand exciting, a law office, and also like a public district is operating out of there. So it ends up being that the cost value to build something like this is super high. But then you add in the fact that people don't really want to buy one anymore. It's kind of like a mall. Malls are extremely expensive to build, but the odds of you breaking ground on a new one are less and less every day. There hasn't been a mall built in America since 1996. So I think what's being purported is maybe these large banks are going to experience a similar thing, and they very well might. Our grids are saying our number's high anyway. Everything's, the other banks we have transacting say banks that are 3,000 something square feet are $500,000. And this one is 8,800 square feet. So that's why I'm saying anywhere from 1.2 to 1.5 is just on scale with, what's been happening.
Where are we at on time? He's still got another 2 minutes.
Oh, no, I don't.
So you're saying this cost approach that Eric is showing here is flawed in some way?
Well, I think that
He comes up with 1,070,000.
yes, 1,017.
What was your number, Eric?
1 million.
The cost approach, that is correct. And 1,070,000, and then I deducted 5% for the obsolescence. And I was at 1,017,082.
I don't know what class they're using for this, or if it's a bank class or what. Fundamentally, just practically speaking, that would put the value at about 2 times what places are being bought and sold for that are less than half the size. Really, it's not unreasonable. His thing is not unreasonable.
Okay.
And it is really well updated. So
All right.
I'm just saying I can't completely agree with all of it. I don't know what else.
Now, why are you taking the 5% off, Eric?
Due to the obsolescence, due to the reduction in traffic to the bank this past year, and also what we're talking about here, we're talking about this large of a bank. I don't think you can use the same square footage, dollar per square foot that you do for a 3,000 square foot. There needs to be a large adjustment in here for that, just because of the uniqueness of this building. Just like you said, not too many people have a use for this building. So I don't think you can take a 3,000 square foot bank at whatever per square foot and multiply that times this. I just don't think that that would be as accurate. And also the reason for the 5% is just that, that obsolescence and not getting the traffic and just the uniqueness of this building, which I think 5% actually is probably low. It could be more than that, but I was just trying to be fair.
The building is a very big cavern.
Yeah.
10,000 square feet.
I mean, the whole nature.
10,000 square feet. Great, it's full of presidents and vice presidents, lending officers.
About a minute. Minute.
I think the 107.
No, he's done.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in closing, I'll just point out where I stand on this. When it comes down to it, the number on this being less than 1 million just feels weird. It's just an opinion. There's a certain amount of it that's subjective, but like I said, I don't have a lot of great information.
Well, we're not suggesting less than a million.
Yeah, well, I know, but he was saying it was $1,070,000 and then 5% after that. That I really don't have any argument against. He's got good updated Marshall Swift stuff. I don't disagree with him on anything. It just feels like the result, we ended up in a kind of a weird place.
Does it feel better than those two?
I think that that's directly indicated by sales of banks. I mean, that's what other banks have been being bought and sold for.
Yeah. $1.2 million sounds better to me, and in comparison to one of the other things we did earlier today.
Okay. All right.
I would do that.
Okay, Eric, you got 1 minute to add any other closing comments if you need it.
I think we've said enough. I'm good. Thank you.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move that on case number 2021-871, account number 53602. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, that we lower the 2021 market value from $1,726,670 to $1,200,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Case closed. We do pro build. Which would you prefer to do first? The 868 or 860?
You want to do the Wells Fargo? Or we're on the banks here right now?
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Which one?
I've got the same thing. I've got the bank and then let's do the actual bank structure first. It's 32559.
Gotcha. Okay, we're opening a hearing on case number 1340. Account number 32559. Eric, who goes first?
I'll go ahead and go again.
Okay.
So this one, same story as the last bank, as the IBC bank. What I did, this is another large bank, even larger. This one is 9,400 square feet, 9,423 to be exact. Ran the same cost schedule in Marshall and Swift, and I came up with a replacement value after depreciation at $1,155,684. And after that, I went ahead and did the same 5% reduction due to the obsolescence that we discussed earlier, with the lack of traffic to the banks, and also the purpose of these structures and finding the correct buyer for these. Again, I took a 5% reduction on that, and that gets us to $1,097,900. And that's all I have for now.
What was the first number you had? 1,156,000?
155,684.
Do you guys have a copy of my evidence that I sent in?
Yes.
Yeah, we're looking at it.
Okay, good.
So, 1,155,684.
That was the cost, correct?
And then he was proposing another 5% on that.
What do you got, Aaron?
Aaron, you got 7 minutes if you need.
Sorry, remind me, what's your name again?
Eric.
Eric. Can we do 1,150,000? That's what it was last year.
Yes.
Yeah, 1,150,000.
Yes.
Yeah, is that gonna be a board order? I'm good with that.
It
Yeah.
would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll make that easy.
Yes, you make it easy. Okay.
I like that.
Okay, on case ID 2021-1340, account 32559, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, propose that we reduce the 2021 market value from $1,214,350 to $1,150,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Case closed. Now we're opening a hearing on case 1341, account 33724. Eric?
Okay, so what I did on this one, this is a parking lot and everything adjacent to, actually connected to this bank. I just ran a simple square footage of the land value of the bank and rolled that over to the dollar per square foot compared to this parcel. And the bank is at the bank is at $8.79 a square foot. And let me make sure I'm reading this right here.
The bank looks like it's at 978.
Yeah, all right, the bank is at 978. And my Wells Fargo parking is at $8.79. So I was trying to get you know what, I don't even know what I was thinking here. I was looking at too many banks and numbers earlier, I think.
You got the wrong numbers there.
You know what? I think I do. I think we're good with this value the way it is, actually. That's my mistake.
Okay. We can do that.
We'll make another one. You good with that?
Yeah, we're good with that.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. So with respect to case number 2021-1341, account number 33724, propose that we maintain the 2021 value at 342,670.
242.
I'm sorry, 242,670. Thank you.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Case closed. Want to do pro build or circle four circle W?
Let's do Circle W.
Okay. Opening hearing on case 872, account 60480, circle W.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start on this one as well. So this property here, this is a RV park. And I know a lot of things got greatly affected by the hurricane in 2017. This one here, I've provided you the financials of the last 3 years from 18, 19, and 20. It just really has never been able to come back. And this property, in my opinion, even the last couple of years has been overassessed. Occupancy the last 3 years has averaged 57.7%, with this year being a little bit higher at 59%, the highest occupancy it's had in the last 3 years. And I just ran a straight income approach on this. I've got the financials there. If you have that there with my evidence, and I did the income approach. Total revenue was at $1,093,000, and I've got the expenses all in there. I did use a cap rate of 10, which I could probably argue that could even be higher, but I thought that was fair. And this comes to a value of $30,030,258, and that's the value that I'm proposing for this property.
Say that number
That's all I
again.
have right now.
Yeah, I think you misspoke I think we're getting confused on the numbers. Say your number again.
my, number is 3 million.
There, that's better.
3,030,000. And I just rounded it from my income approach there. 3,030,000 is my proposed value.
Anything else?
That's all I have. And also provide the financials for the last 3 years here, so you can see those and compare.
Okay, Amy, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for presentation.
Street address for this thing?
It is Jim's 1401 Jim Smokehouse Road.
Oh, I've seen this, but I'm
There's
not-
a really good piece of information that for some reason is not in here. I don't know why. I'll do it out. That's fine.
What's that?
There's a data point that's not in here that I wanted to bring up, but I guess it's not submitted, so I'll have to be vague about it, I guess. The property is noticed at $4.4 million. Last year it was certified at 4.38. Not much change year over year. There is a significant change before. Little story time. This was pretty low valued for a while, and then it changed hands, and the number that showed up on the deed of trust as being securitized against this transaction was enormous. And it was reevaluated, assuming that we must have no idea what's going on at Circle W if it's selling for that much more than what we had on it. It was successfully litigated on the basis of that's not really fair. You can't do one park with that level of scrutiny if you're not going to do all the parks. So all the parks got done. All the parks got reevaluated. This thing sold a few years back for a good deal more than we have on it. Oh, how is this? Okay, is it my first comp, Scott?
Yes.
It is.
There it is. Okay, great. That's the data point I thought I didn't include. So this thing was purchased for $6 million. We thought at the time it was like purchased for like $4.5 million, but we subsequently learned it was even more than that. That's why the value is so high. I don't think it's been overassessed the last few years. I think our value's been good on it the last couple of years. There's other parks that sell in this area. You know, the next one is on Port. It's waterfront, so it has a much superior piece of land. It's a lot smaller, but it's just way better situated. And it sold for $3.1 million. And that is a place that has 103 spaces as opposed to Circle W's 280. So it's about half as many spots sold for $3.1 million. It is on a really nice piece of water. The indicated value for the subject based on that is 4.1. The median value after all these enormous adjustments is going to be $5.1 million, which is less than what they paid for it, based on the sale of the one here in Fulton that happened after our valuation. Drifters sold for, I can't even find the beginning of these things because they're so long. There it is for $4 million. And it has 71 sites. So I think our value from a market perspective is pretty well supported. Their income data is really very relevant. I think that, I'll just tell you, I've seen that this is how RV parks are really bought and sold. It's kind of complicated because RV parks are a weird thing. It's not just, here's your income, there's your cap rate, and we're done. Because RV parks are often owner operated. There's weird workarounds and gray areas for things, and they have strange amenities, and some are seasonal and some are not, and some are year round. Their revenue of $1,093,000. And then it's given expenses on here. I don't know if these are actuals or if these are market expenses. Either way.
Actual.
Okay. Well, I mean, what I would expect to see is only $20,000 different in NOI. I wouldn't expect that different. So, I mean, really it's the cap rate. What we see when we see RV parks selling around here would indicate really, really, really aggressive cap rates. Because these things are being bought and sold for lots of money. You know, I think our value is really good, but, and I think 3,030,000 is too low, but there's a good income argument to be made that based on its current occupancy, maybe it should be something less than that. I think what it's struggling with is it's so big. It's huge. It's an enormous enterprise. These things have huge labor costs. The infrastructure is big. Filling it out is tough. All the RV parks we have that are over 200, 250 spaces deal with the fact that they own all this land that they're not profiting off of. It's not as lean of a business as the smaller RV parks. But, you know, what do? Somebody bought it for $6 million, so.
Is this south of Cove Harbor? Is that where this is?
Yeah, that's Cove Harbor right there. The little, yep.
Okay.
Yep, and so there's actually 2 RV parks on this road, and they're both pretty big. The one up front sold for comparatively a bargain, comparatively very cheap, a fraction of the price that Circle W sold for. And, you know, it was transacted before the hurricane.
How do you get to this? It's 35 and then that's East Cap Road there?
Yes, yeah. So basically,
you can't even see it from 35.
Correct. It's tucked away a little bit. If you see something from 35, it's shady oaks.
Okay, all right.
Got it.
On their data again is really good. You know, this is their NOI. He's got their previous year's NOIs. And RV parks that have distressed operations have been purchased for cheap. That's happening. And ones that are performing well get bought for a lot. So my only difference of opinion with them would be the cap rate. You don't see that around here. You don't see these things transacting you don't get the income stream for that cheap. I mean, you saw there was one that had 71 spaces that paid $3 million for it. So they're making similar money.
I'm a little puzzled.
Okay.
Isn't there excess land associated with this business?
I would argue there is. The excess land is not calculated in the income calculation.
It's just the excess. Oh, that's all that. Just nothing
Well,
on
there's
there
more
on top, right?
Slide it right. I think there's more on the other side. Yeah, there's more over there.
Should be a total of about 70 acres.
They're all dry.
Yeah. It's a mix. I mean, it's an enormous tract of land, so some of it's underwater and some of it's high and some of it's treed and some of it's plains. It's a relatively undeveloped land.
Okay, I'm gonna have to cut you off for a second. Eric, you've got 2 minutes for any cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, I would just make a few comments here. I think the purchase that he's talking about, that was in September of 2016. That was before the hurricane. And in my opinion, I don't think that should even be a factor in this, seeing how this property has underperformed since after 2017, the last 3 years. So I think that purchase price, yes, even though that was extremely high, I think that we're looking at a different economics, the last 3 years after that large event. He also compared this to another one that sold that was Waterview And when you compare the same metrics from that one to this one, you mentioned that brings this value to 4.1 million. Was that correct?
Yes.
When you compared it to the
Yes.
one, so my argument on that would be, this one here, yes, it does have some extra land, but it's classed as undeveloped land. When you're comparing this property to a Waterview property, obviously that property is much more desirable. So I think that 4.1, is even high. And we need to make an adjustment on that. It's hard to compare due to the uniqueness of these, like you said, with the different amenities and all of that. And I think the best case, as far as this property, right now, given the uniqueness of it and the challenges that it's had the last 3 years, is the income approach. And with that income approach, we're at $30,000, and that's black and white right there. That what this property would be valued at using the income approach. And that's all I have.
For the record, 3 million, not 30 million.
Yeah, sorry, 3,030,000.
Okay, Amy, you've got 2 minutes for any rebuttal.
I understand that statewide RV parks, the cap rates indicated often come out looking really high like that. You see cap rates of 11 and 12. A lot of places they're extremely seasonal, and by that I don't mean vacation. I mean oil work. There's places where you have a job site and it's construction and they're full for a while, and then they're gone, or it's a plant shut down or whatever. We're in a kind of a unique place where a lot of this business is relatively permanent. It's relatively stable. There's people here all year round, people here because they want to be here in the winter, and people here because they want to be here in the summer. So we just see them at a little bit better cap rates than unloaded 10. The cap rate indicated by the previous purchase was more than that. I mean, the ones I spoke about before that sold distressed, sold in excess of $2 million and were actively losing money. They were actually losing money. So it's the perspective, the prospect of owning this thing. I think I'm getting 3.8. I'm getting 3.8. And I understand last year it was 4.3. But just the income argument is a good argument. And I'm getting 3.8.
Okay, Eric, you got a minute to close with any other comments you might have?
What was that? Did you give an amount there of what you thought?
3.8 million.
Yes, that.
3.8 million.
3.8 million. Yes, that's correct.
I mean, I appreciate that, and again, I'm sticking to the 3,030,000. I mean, maybe it's somewhere in between that. I still think the 3.8 million is still pretty high. Using the uniqueness and even the 4.1 million compared to the Waterview lot there. I think that is a significant adjustment needs to be done there. I'm thinking closer to the 3 to 3.5 range. Is probably where I feel like this really should be, and that's all I have.
Okay, Amy, you got a minute?
Yeah, I wasn't comping this on sales. That was just based on an adjustment of the cap rate from 10 to 9. I'm sorry, from 10 to 8, and then loading it with taxes. So, I understand these things are probably going to transact for 5 to 6% cap rates, but that feels a little aggressive. I'm just trying to value the real estate. It's a big park. That's all. That's all I got.
Okay, it's our time. I noodle numbers, but I come up between 3.5 and 3.6, but it's not scientific. Okay, with respect to case 2021-872, account 60480, regarding Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal equity. We propose that we lower the 2021 market value from $4,402,030 or $30 to $3.5 million.
Second.
In favor? Aye. Okay, Eric, which would you like to do next? There's two.
Okay, I've got two PIDs here. Let's, you know what, to be honest with you, I'm okay with the amount for PID 33701.
Okay. Let us go through a drill then that is necessary. Since you protested it, we have to do it. Open a hearing on case number 868, account 33701. Make your statement again, please.
In regards to PID 33701, I am okay with the current assessed value at $293,310.
Okay. Eamon, do you have anything?
I just want to point out this was moved to income this year. It's the lumber part of ProBuild or Brock's or Builder's First Choice or whatever it is up to now. It's a special class for sheds that really only applies to lumber stores because it's so big. But this was moved to income this year.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, with respect to case ID 2021-868, account number 33701, regarding Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceed median level of appraisal or equity. Propose that we leave the value, the 2021 value at $293,310.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. And the last one, opening hearing on case number 869, account number 35424. Eric?
Okay, so I'm gonna try and make this one quick for you guys here as well. So I mean, pretty much this one, I don't have much evidence on this. This value remained pretty constant from 2014 on up through 19. Last year, it saw an increase of 12%. And this year, it saw an increase of 32%. And my client just feels that, you know, being a long tenant, that 32% is just rather excessive for a 1 year increase. And, you know, we're looking for something a little bit closer to last year's value. I believe that a good value would be last year's value plus 5%, which would be a realistic increase. And I have the value, proposed value at $1,732,500. And again, that argument is just based on solely, we saw 12% last year and then now another 32% this year in 21. And my client just feels that this is excessive. That's all I have.
Okay. So give me just a second. I don't know what it was. Maybe just land it in Chrome is all I have to do. The other number? Oh. Okay. Yeah. So this property was noticed last year. at $1,913,000. This year it was noticed at $2,175,000.
Whoops, hang on.
Yeah, it was noticed last year at $1,900,000.
That's a settlement.
It was certified at 1.65.
Got
The
it.
reason it got that value is because the argument was made that there was damage that still needed to be repaired. So the percent change was, the last year the argument was it was more than 5% damaged. So this year, now that it's repaired, my argument would be that it's more than 5% better. It was noticed last year at 1.9. This year, this property is on income. If we had some lease information, something, that would be really good. I know that this is a pretty large company. They have some financials, so it'd be nice to have better data on that front. But as far as year over year change, not only does that kind of like outside the scope of what we do here, which is just create an opinion of value for January 1, it's really not that much different from last year, even though last year was on cost and this year is on income. We ended up in the same kind of ballpark. The last year's number was certified based on damage.
What was last year's number? 1.9.
Is it still on your calculator there, Scott?
1913540 was notice value.
I'm pretty sure that was a notice value last year. I just added the improvement lane segments together. I just remember it was adjusted based on damage.
And you say that last year, this year is on income?
Yes, and I would love to know if they're getting less than $11,228 is less than market rent, more than market rent. I would love to know that.
Yeah, it's owner occupied.
Right. In this case, it is. Yeah. So.
County, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was your name again? I'm sorry.
Oh, my name is Eamon Burke.
Amen. Can I make you an offer?
Okay.
1,850,000. Kind of split that difference a little bit.
I mean, I don't think it went down from last year, especially considering last year it was argued that it was damaged.
So last year it did go up 12% from the year before, though, even with that reduction.
That was also damaged. I mean, from the year prior it was a hurricane. So
Man, what's wrong with this place?
Yeah, it just takes years to get out of this stuff. It's not really up to me at this point. I'll let the board decide.
Okay.
Yeah.
1.9.
1.9 what?
1913540. The 1913540. Right. You take it?
What was the number again? I'm sorry.
1,913,500.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, so I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-869, account number 35424, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal or equity, that we reduce the 2021 appraisal from $2,175,350 to $1,913,540.
All in favor? All right. Okay, Eric, I think we did them all.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate all your time.
You're welcome. Thank
Okay,
you.
you're welcome.
Take care.
All right.
Have a good day.
Oh, God.
Is that it?
There's an HCI Rockport 6. There's two of them that are on the agenda.
Yeah,
There are no hearings left.
and I do.
There are none left on the docket. They may
They were
have been settled,
There's
withdrawn, something happened. There could be letters and stuff. I'm gonna go find out because I got already that for y'all.
If we're not here when you come back.
Right.
That means.
We're ready to go.
That's everything for today. We don't have any
All right.
letters.
Okay, in that case.
You want to shut that while
Motion
they?
to adjourn?
Oh,
we
yes.
adjourn. Okay. All in favor? Aye, we are adjourned.